I love working with the team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied. To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 It's the Friday qualifier here in Brampton, Ontario. A Bracket A open matchup, the semifinals between the Laurier Golden Hawks and the Sherbrooke Vert Or. Theo Juan here with Kat Fortin bringing you the action. We're excited for this contest. Both of these teams coming from different paths here. Before we start, we want to acknowledge that we're broadcasting from Brampton, Ontario, who recognizes the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the broader Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat nations. We're also broadcasting on the Be Ultimate Showcase field here. Laurier in dark, going to be looking like they're pulling to Sherbrooke in white. Cat. Both of these teams have had different paths to get to this place here in the semifinals.
Yes, they have, and they had their own paths to get there, and they both had their own battle to climb up to get to this spot here.
Laurier really having to fight through being down 5-1 in their matchup just now against Waterloo, and we saw that live here, Kat. That was exciting. But the question will be, did Laurier expend too many resources to try to get to this spot?
I think that Laurier, at first, it seemed being down 5-1 initially and having 4 breaks to win. It seemed that the game almost seemed like a mental game at first as well.
Now, first look at the Sherbrooke offensive line. Usada now gonna have to deal with this Laurier zone. We did not see this zone in their matchup against Waterloo, so deciding to throw a little defensive wrinkle early is head coach and only coach Andrew Portwine. Melt called here, looking like they're going to go into person defense as Usada now going to quarterback this O-line, at least for this point. Finding Louis-Philippe Mercier. That throw evades the hands of a Laurier defender and finds Antoine Dubé for the score. And he's one of our players to watch and the player that you should keep an eye out on for Sherbrooke. They're singing his name after as well, so I like that.
Special.
And now we're going to look at the Laurier offensive line. They have a couple big-time players. One of them is going to be number 13, wearing the purple penny. I don't know if you can see them on your screen yet, but eventually you'll see number 13 there. Justin Liu played for the Team Canada Under-24 team in the mixed division, as well as the Under-20 mixed team a couple years ago now, and playing his club ultimate with Pipe Ultimate. And so he's going to be the straw that stirs the drink for Laurier offensively, and he'll cross over defensively as well. So, Kat, we saw this earlier in the game, and we talked with Coach Portwine about this. A lot of those players, the top players, were playing multiple points in a row, and essentially he was power lining most of the game.
Yes, he was. He said it himself that his team is a bunch of athletic guys who are just so hungry for the disc and just had all that energy ready to chase that disc nonstop.
And that's an energy thing for sure, because he talked about it. They lost the energy battle early, and that's why they got into that deficit of 5-1, and they're able to really crawl themselves back out of it. So we'll see how they start in this contest. They've come out a lot in the vertical stack look. Going to try to ISO Jackson McKee. That throw is going to find Joey Parkhill, though. Oreo here on offense. Javen Vigors finding Justin Liu. Liu looking deep for McKee. That's going to be a connection we're going to see all game, and a left-hand snag from McKee, finding Parkhill for the score. So 2 smooth holds, clean holds at that, to start this game.
Yeah, it was so great how he was able to huck it, and it went across the field to open that space, and then the receiver on the Laurier team caught it perfectly.
Yeah, as we saw that look, that vision from Justin Liu there. The flick huck into space. Often you see some players overshoot it, but clearly he's thrown with McKee a lot. They've played on Laurier for a few years now together, and so you see that connection come to fruition. The thing I want to keep an eye on is always at the university level is the amount of crossovers teams have, because we had already talked about the power lining. Sherbrooke going to stay with their traditional offensive line here, which makes sense, but what will Laurier do defensively? It looks like they're kind of go traditional defensive one line, not really crossing some people over. Of course, it's early here, and so you kind of got to understand you also have another game. This isn't even the final to get to Div 1. You still have another game after this.
Yeah. And you also have Saturday and Sunday.
It's true. So this Friday qualifier has been a few years now that it's happened, but I personally love the inclusion of the Friday qualifier. I haven't been to one in a couple years, and it's just fun to be out here, teams fighting for their lives, trying to climb up to Div 1. Lots of teams have already qualified, but this is the final 2 bids here in the Open. There'll be 3 in the women's division. Zone look once again with a similar 4-person cup from this Laurier side. Leonard zipping it through to Dubé. Now in the hands of Mercier. Mercier looking deep for Alexis Waugh, but it's batted away by Laurier and Braden Thompson. So the first turnover of the game and the first break opportunity goes to the Golden Hawks. Eric Jan now. Need some options. Just have to huck this one. Can Thompson stay in bounds? He will not. So that was batted away by Uwat.
Ew.
Going down the line for Dubé. That's an isolation play. Can Dubé get up? He does with the right hand for the score. So second goal there for number 15 in white.
Earlier when I spoke to Sherbrooke, it was really fun because I was speaking to them and they were saying that their best strategy is the fact that they rely on their tall players. And we just saw it there with Antoine Zbi just catching that easy catch as if it was just for him.
Dubé playing with Mephisto in the club scene, but a lot of these players playing for the Sherbrooke-based club Ascension, so we'll highlight that during the broadcast. So a lot of club experience, some Red Fox as well, including some players out of the Gatineau area without. So certainly having players that have played at that level will help you as you head into deeper into this tournament. David Vigneault-Lecomte set to pull here. One of the captains of this team. Energy's high for both sides right now. You like that, especially early game. Vigor's going to have to do a little dodge action there to get out of the way. Blue walking it up to the brick mark here. Going to be marked by Papa Dimitriou. Now, Verthéor going with a zone look here. Beaulieu on the mark and a miscommunication there, looking for Nick Sue, a rookie on this team, and now Sherbrooke gets their break opportunity. And almost there, but it is not caught. So good opportunity wasted, at least for now, for Sherbrooke, as Laurier will get it back on offense. Like that, Sherbrooke deciding to go with the zone look here. They've seen it from the Laurier side, and they're going to put a zone that looks a little bit different than Laurier's out here on the field. Beaulieu on the mark there for Sherbrooke, number 2 in the white jersey. Being quite active. Working alongside with Papa Dimitriou on the other wing side. Lou now thought about the huck. He does have that throw. We saw that earlier. But instead he's going to holster and play kind of small ball right now with this Laurier offense. This zone designed to get you to take some risky shots, and Laurier not obliging right now, deciding to just go underneath.
Not only that, but Sherbrooke also has a lot of tall players in their cup, which makes it very intimidating as a thrower, because you can't throw something above without having the chance of having a high, tall player to jump and block the disc. So I like their strategy.
Small ball to start right now for Laurier. You don't want to see them lose the patience, because they've had it so far. Often you'll see a team, they'll do this for a little bit, they'll dink and dunk the disc, and then they get a little bit impatient. So we want to see if they continue to keep that possession right now. See a lot of players crashing through the middle of this zone, and it seems to be of great effect right now. And a hand block for Sherbrooke. It's going to give them another break opportunity. Vigneault-Lecomte there. Give and go action. Airing this one out. Big receiver in the area. And it's taken away, but a foul will be called. Philippe Gendron was the intended target. That was Luke Wilkie also providing some defense there. Kat, what did you see there before the observer makes their ruling? We'll see if it's contested. But did you think there was a foul there? I know we don't have the replay on it, but what did you see kind of in real time?
From my perspective, it looked like they both had jumped for the disc, and unfortunately, Laurier had jumped just got a hand on it before. But by the way they were talking, it seemed like he felt like he was tripped, because I saw a lot of foot movement and leg movement. So it's hard to see when I was so focused on the hands.
Matteo Papadimitriou, a rookie on this team. Played with the junior side Origine out of Quebec City. He was the one who aired that huck out earlier. Going to go underneath instead now to Laurent, another first-year player. You like the mix of infusion of first-year talent, but also some vets. Kind of gives you a solid base to build around. High stall throw, and that's going to air out of bounds. Beaulieu was there, but it sailed way out of bounds, and we saw Jackson McKee on the screen as well, trying to push the disc away with his hand in a gesture. A lot of Sherbrooke defenders selling out on those huck fakes from Lou. Almost a miscommunication with Sue there. Sue had to be sure-handed. A little push pass over the top to Vigors. But they're still on this close sideline. Right now, you can't see any flags on our screen right now, but the wind basically still. There's almost no wind right now. It's not even a thrower's wind. There is no wind.
There is no wind.
So some over the tops will definitely be viable. Lou and McKee happy and content to go with give go. Lou having hit the turf to save that one and draws the foul. A little veteran move from Justin Lou. Kind of gets everyone to take a breath. And there's going to be a lot of dominator between those two. 13 and 10 right now for Laurier. Now disc in the hands of McDonald. So what happens when you kind of walk the tightrope of that sideline, sometimes you step out of bounds.
It seems like they were stuck on the sideline often, and then finally when Sherbrooke traps them, they just seem like they're stuck, and they always play to that sideline without being able to move it back to the middle or back to the other side.
Timeout called by Sherbrooke, and we're going to do the same. We'll be right back here for some more action between Sherbrooke and Laurier. We're back here off the timeout. Sherbrooke with the disc here. And there's been multiple turnovers. 2 from Sherbrooke and 3 from Laurier. This is a Laurier offensive point if you're just joining us here. This is the semifinals of one of the brackets for the open division. There's 2 of them happening. This throw going to go up. And the left hand's not going to work out. He tried earlier to get the disc, but there was a contested foul that was brought back. But this time it's going to go to Laurier again, actually. And the zone will be set. Parkhill grabs it. And we'll find Vigors for the score. Little celebration on offense there as Laurier ties it up.
And I take it back earlier. Like I said, before Laurier was struggling on the sideline. And then finally, as they moved it across, they had a perfect huck break there. And then their Laurier caught it. So.
Speaking with one of the coaches, Simon Martin, before the game, something that bugged them this season is their loss to McGill in the finals of CQUUC. They feel like they didn't play their best game, and sometimes for a team like this, it really motivates your training and your practices and your mindset heading into this tournament.
It becomes a mental game for sure. I know that they had mentioned it, that McGill seems to be their regional rivalry, just as Waterloo has their regional rivalry, which is Laurier.
The regional rivalries, they'll make you better. I'm telling you right now. Because you get pushed, and the games just mean more, it feels like, when you have two rivals going at it.
I know another big rivalry is the Ottawa University and Carleton University, which is fun because they're so local. And then not only that, but during the summer, they both play a mix of club teams. So it's so neat that, you know, they play on different club teams, but then during the university series, they play now on the same teams.
That's sort of one of the wrinkles with the university circuit. A lot of these players playing club together potentially, or even against each other in the summer. They're bringing it over to the university side, and it's late October, but you wouldn't know it based on the weather so far, so I don't want to jinx it totally, but it's definitely some great weather so far. The players, all of them mostly in t-shirt and shorts. You don't usually see that, especially in this venue. So more of a traditional D-line from Laurier. So not electing to go power line too early here. Great grab there. Sherbrooke with the disc. Uol. Now resetting it back over to Blanchette. Blanchette going around. That throw a little too far for his target. Now what's Laurier going to do with their D-line? Traditional D-line here, no real offensive line crossovers. Jan's going to go deep. That's caught by Carberry.
Yes, great look.
Braden Thompson now. Thompson going to go across the field. And he'll find his target in Christian Stefanu for the Laurier break and the first one of this game.
Now that was a beautiful across the field open pass to the Laurier player.
I'd like to see them really open up that side of the field.
Not only that, but right before that, he had a beautiful uncovered up the line cut, which allowed him to make that pass in the first place. So he played that very beautifully.
Been really impressed so far with the disc skills of a lot of these players. A lot of disciplined vertical stack as well. Often, sometimes in the university circuit, you can think that it's just going to be a lot of one or two players dominating, and certainly there are some star players that will take over games, but we've seen a lot of disciplined vertical stack from both sides, and it's great to see. Continues to develop them as players as they move forward, not just from university but onto the club circuit. And we already mentioned some national team representation as well out here throughout this tournament, so great to see for the future of the sport out here.
Absolutely, especially in university when you're looking for a sport to play and you end up coming across ultimate frisbee, and then you start with university series, then you play club, and then you end up being a TC player or something like that. So it's very fun to see that start.
Farouk Usada looking deep, looking for who else but Antoine Dubé. And he had to jump pretty early because McKee was there. He got a hand on it but couldn't get it on the second effort.
It's always challenging when you're being boxed because you're always trying to think, like, do I jump before this player or should I keep going?
I really like the idea to cross over some offensive players in Lou and McKee. You got the first break. You want to really try to put the foot on the gas with the second one. Chan was able to take that disc with some authority to prevent any bidding defender. That throw too high, batted, but then caught by Primandano. A little 19 versus 19 matchup there. Now Lou looking deep for McKee. Usada is there, but McKee will go up with two hands, and Laurier scores their third point in a row.
Something I've noticed with Laurier, even watching their previous game as well, is that they oftentimes they'll look at their bail backfield, and that seems to really, once they swing it back, it opens up the field for them and allows them to do a beautiful hug like that as well.
Some singing here from Laurier. They like to bring the energy. And they're seeing it right now. A little dance circle happening. I think we're getting that on camera. They were doing this earlier when they started to make the comeback, and it really fueled their victory there over Waterloo.
I even loved their pump-up song when playing some little Star Wars action.
Oh yes, that was earlier in the day. Second timeout called by Sherbrooke, so they're emptying out the timeouts early. You can't take them home with you anyway, so they're saying, hey, we're going to call the timeouts now. And so, Kat, you know, have you done some coaching before?
I've coached 7 and 8.
Okay, well, you're going to throw the coaching hat on right now. Sherbrooke looking like they have mostly their offensive line back out on the field, like Antoine Dubé and Usada, amongst others like Mercier. If you're Simon Martin and Maud Prévost, what are you saying to your team now? You just gave up 2 breaks in a row.
I think I think calling a timeout was a great plan. In that timeout, I think I would really try and get them into the mental game. I think especially when you've been broken twice in a row, it's very demoralizing sometimes. So just to have your coaches believe in you and pick you up to make you regain that confidence would be a really great way to come back there stronger and show your team and give them some belief again.
We saw this in the earlier game. It wasn't on stream, but we saw it with our very own eyes. A 5-1 lead wasn't safe, so certainly a 4-2 lead is not safe by any stretch of the imagination. So Sherbrooke, Verte are very much in this game. They just have to kind of ride the energy wave that Laurier is right now. Laurier seems to be a very momentum-based team. So if you can ride out some of this wave, you'll be back in this contest, but it starts with this offensive point here. Moving with some pace right now. Dubé working with Vigneault Lecomte. Nice around throw, finding Blanchette. So many tall receivers like Mercier on this team, and Dubé, of course. Makes it easy for the throwers. Usada, doorstep. Little cheeky throw, and that's how you get it done, finding Mercier for the score. I like that move right there.
And with his height, it was a perfect grab just for him.
And you see now Sherbrooke matching a bit of the energy there with a clean hold off a timeout. If you're Simon Martin, Maud Prévost, that's how you drew it up. You call a timeout, you get a clean hold right away.
Absolutely. Build that confidence up from the start.
What else do you need, you know? Just a clean offensive point out here. So now, it turns over to Laurier because you just got a couple breaks. Can your offense hold and not prevent any of that sure momentum? They started singing some songs. They're trying to copy you. Can you respond with a clean hold yourself? I think the most demoralizing thing for Sherbrooke right now would be like a quick 2-point or 2-throw score from Laurier. If it's kind of a grindy D-point, I think that's a win for the Sherbrooke side.
Absolutely. I think what Sherbrooke needs to take from the point that they just made, that it doesn't stop there. They have to keep grinding in order to get their own break so that they don't get scored on. It comes down to who really wants the disc at the end of the day.
Especially when there's a lot of floating discs. We've seen that as well, right? A lot of discs have floated out, and it's just which defender obviously can, or offensive player can make a play the safest as well, but who wants the disc more? Dubé is out on the field right now, along with Vigneault Lecomte as well. So a couple offensive players crossing their way to the D-line. Blanchette as well, an O-line player, a captain. He's going to take on that handler matchup with Lou. Vigneault Lecomte's going to draw the McKee matchup. Lou looking deep for Parkhill. Tried to elevate, but good defensive positioning from Sherbrooke. That's Vincent Gagné.
Absolutely, and I heard Sherbrooke talking to each other on the field, and he had strategically told his player to stop the deeps to prevent that exactly.
Sherbrooke started this game on offense if you're just joining us. So down a couple breaks still. High stall situation, needs something, and finds Dubé. Dubé made that tricky catch and was right on the move here. Christian. Elliot Christian now resetting it, finding Laurier. And Sherbrooke really out on the move here. Dubé looking into the end zone. And that will work out as Sherbrooke gets a break.
You know, Simone Med, applaud to them. Great strategic timeout call along with setting up their next line. So again, at the end of the day, who wants a disc more?
Dubé with the throw there. See if we can find out who caught the disc for Sherbrooke. Now, how do you respond if you're the team in purple? I guess purple and black, the team's colors, if you're Laurier. How are you going to respond here? Timeouts are so important in this game, and we're seeing why. Got confirmation that's one of the captains, Vigneault Lecomte, and one member of Ascension who caught that last goal to tie things up at 4 here. Now with Laurier going left to right on your screen, Sherbrooke gonna look at least for right now going person defense. Big under given to Tyler McDonald. McDonald gonna rip this one out. Great throw from Tyler McDonald finding Jackson McKee.
That was a beautiful leading huck.
I don't think you can draw it up better than that. You get a tall cutter who's being backed. He was being backed by Jan-Eric Jerome. And he gets the under and says, hey, I can throw it too. I'm not just a deep receiver. So sometimes that's, you know, when you have that opportunity as a deep cutter, able to really just fire it out to another streaking deep cutter in McKee, that's going to work out for you. Simon Martin very animated right now discussing things with his offensive line. Told us he played for Harfang out of the mixed scene there.
From Saint-Jean-Richelieu.
There you go. You knew that one.
Exactly.
Adam Leonard now getting things going. Leonard's brother Felix was formerly of this team. Felix playing for the U24 mixed team actually with Justin Liu of Laurier. Fun fact for you. A lot of players in the area, and it's swooped down by Heesels. A lot of players were in that floating throw area there. No O-line crossovers. Where are they going to generate their offense? Jan now. Being told by his sideline to shoot it, but instead going to go under to Stefanu. That inside shot's not going to work, and if I'm on the sideline, I think I'm right there and just telling him to kind of throw it deep there, make the offensive line for Sherbrooke work it the full length of the field. Pick is called downfield. We'll halt play momentarily. So going back to that play earlier, Laurier seemed to be stuck a little bit. They elected not to shoot it deep. Not sure if that's a strategic decision or maybe they weren't confident with their throws. But at least from my perspective, I would have liked to see a deep shot go up to try to make Sherbrooke really work there, even if they don't get the score.
I think sometimes when you're in that position and your stall count is getting so high, you have your teammates that are yelling in your ear to shoot it, you get so overwhelmed that you're right. Theoretically, a nice deep shot would be a great option because then if there's a turnover, at least it's over there in their end. But sometimes when you feel that pressure, you kind of try to go for the easy pass just to keep it conservative and keep it safe. And so you kind of get stuck in that situation.
Hines Brown on the mark here against Adam Leonard. Adam's sister Mallory on the women's side. So all the siblings for the Leonards play ultimate at a high level. Farouk Usada looking into the deep safe for Blanchette. And a huge grab, but out of bounds. Elevated for the grab, drawing some ooze from the sideline, but unfortunately out of bounds. Jan now with the disc. Nice around, finding Stefanu. Stefanu had that short field turnover earlier, looking for Jan. See where they're going to find their offense right now. Hines Brown. But Usada is going to scoop up that one. Plays his club ultimate with Manic, and that lefty throw is going to work out. Finding Alexi Wah, excuse me. I like that they sing. I'm not sure if you're noticing this. They sing the person that scores.
They're
so
absolutely
they got
sick.
songs loaded up for every player on this team. I like that. So if you're Coach Andrew Portman right now of Laurier, you're seeing that when you have your D1 line out there, at least for the last couple of points, they've been able to generate turns. And that's something he has noted, that this team, bunch of dogs, he says, they've been generating turns, but the issue is they're not able to generate the offense. And that's been a sticking point for them. We've seen that a couple times now where they've gotten blocks or they're aided by an out-of-bounds throw, but not able to punch it in. And this is where sort of your coaches make their money, right? Make their stripes. When do you cross people over? When do you save them? Because like we've talked about already, if you win this game, you still got another one to go.
Yes, so you have to keep in mind that it doesn't stop here. You have to keep fighting for your spot. And then once the weekend comes, you still, okay, you make your Div 1, but now you have an even bigger goal at the end of the trail.
Vigneault Lecomte with the pull. And person defense now. McDonald, who had the nice huck earlier in the game, with the disc now. Stack a little deep here for Laurier. And Vigors will have to run that one down. Will stay inbounds. It's marked by Christian. Sue bursting out of the stack. Low throw is caught by Parkhill. Parkhill has a goal and an assist to his name. High stall. Jerome will bat it. And it was almost caught. You would like to see Jerome make the catch, if I'm being honest, because that's sometimes a scary thing. We've seen how many defenders bat a disc and then it's caught.
Well, even in this game, we've seen Sherbrooke defense it by hitting it and then Laurier recatching their attempted D. So they, like they say, catch your Ds.
It's true. It's a tried and true phrase, but there's a reason for it.
Absolutely.
Becomes a common trope in ultimate. And sure, certainly sometimes a block you can't actually make without just hitting it. But that one, he for sure could have caught it. And that throw will evade the hands of Dubé. McKee in coverage. And so Laurier gets a reprieve for now because they're back out on offense. This is what we call an 0-2. Their second possession of their offensive point. McKee shakes free, but the mark did a great job of sealing that potential throwaway. I like Vigneault on Lecomte and Vigneault-Lecomte, on Lou. Jackson McKee, the one going down here, and certainly we wish the best for McKee. I think he just cramping a little bit, but he is a huge player for this team. And so if he's not able to return, of course we don't know the status of that, but we definitely want to see him back on the field because he makes Laurier a lot better. So wish him the best as he walks off the field. Mathieu Huot, a member of the offensive line, has now come on defense. A huge hand block from Sherbrooke. Elliot Christian denies at the point of attack, looking for bookends. And he catches it for the score. A fortuitous bounce, and Sherbrooke gets the break. And don't look now, but we're back on serve.
That's awesome, especially after a hand block D to get a point right after. That's always so exciting.
Yeah, they're pumped up right now. And why wouldn't you be? You just made that happen. Couldn't quite see who made the throw. We're going to get clarification on that at some point of who made that throw. But I like the quick attack there from Sherbrooke. Hand block, that was like emphatic. And then able to then punctuate it on the other side. 6-5 the score. And it's back on serve because Sherbrooke started on offense. David Vigneault-Lecomte, I don't think is going to come off the field because number 24 has been playing a lot for them, both on both sides of the disc. And the aforementioned Vigneault-Lecomte is the one who actually threw the assist there. Christian not on the field, but you got to be pumped up, Elliot Christian, because you made the hand block and then the bookends. Great pull here, going to sit for a lot of hang time. Laurier looking like kind of the horizontal stack situation. Same matchup on the handler space with Vigneault-Lecomte on Lou. Parkhill now. And we see number 10, Jackson McKee, right back on the field. So took an injury sub at the last point, but has returned. Round finding Sue. Sue had a couple players going deep, but too much traffic to make that throw. Blanchette, another O-line crossover. Was in coverage there, and that's just a stone-cold drop from Laurier. Blanchette now high release flick. And layout for the score. Doing it in style right now is the Verthéor.
The energy that Sherbrooke has is so transmissible all over this field. You can feel their energy and their excitement, especially being down with that break originally.
They were down at 1.42. 2 breaks, in fact. And now they've broke back twice of their own. They've scored 3 breaks total. So they're up 7-5 right now. Will Laurier call a timeout is the question. Seeing Lou, he looks a little bit, I think, probably frustrated. A little bit gassed, too. He played a lot of points in that Waterloo game. That's the benefit that Sherbrooke has, is they didn't have to play such a tough opponent compared to what Laurier had to do with their crosstown showdown. It's a very emotional game. Sherbrooke took on the Waterloo B side and won handily there. So this is the contrast of the bracket. When you draw the number 1 seed in the A bracket like you are in the Verte or, you get the benefit of playing a team that isn't as strong to get to this situation here in the semifinals.
Absolutely, and it's also hard when you're one of the main handlers to have a drop in front of your end zone to get and snap it into your head that you have to play defense right away, and then after you can think about what happened. It's all, there's so many emotions, there's so much that happens in those like 10 seconds.
Ultimate is a sport that you got to have a short memory. I'm sure you hear that cliche a lot for other sports as well, but especially as a handler who's getting a lot of high mileage and high usage, you got to be able to turn off a drop or a missed throw and just rebound from it. We saw Laurier do that earlier. We mentioned this already, but down 5-1, hey, they won 11-9, so it is possible. They're not out of it yet, of course, and Sherbrooke knows that. Looks like a timeout was called, and because Sherbrooke has used all their timeouts, we're going to safely say that Laurier took that timeout. This team often going every other with Justin Liu here, so glad to see him back on the field, and it was only a almost basically half a point where he was off. Justin Liu throwing on the short sleeve jersey now. Not sure, or long sleeve, excuse me. I'm not sure if he was told he had to switch, but nonetheless, back out on the field.
I was going to say, sometimes wearing a long sleeve on turf isn't a bad idea.
Yeah, he's wearing not his normal number, so we know who he is, so we're going to go with his normal number. Yeah, you're absolutely right about the turf situation, though. I hear you. Surprised there's not more people wearing like pants right now, but I guess it's so hot out. But often when you're sliding on that turf, those in the audience, if you played on turf, you know what the turf burn feels like. It ain't great. Huck going up though, and jumping early. McKee, I think he's not going to call a foul because he didn't really have a shot. He's frustrated with himself there. But here's a real tipping point right now for this game, because you could go down half 8-5 or make this 7-6. So this is a really crucial point. Don't really see any offensive line crossovers from Sherbrooke. Jerome, can he get there? There's 2 players there, but it's swatted away by McKee, and a foul is called, and you can see the reaction of McKee right away. I think he reacted before he even got down from the air. He was that upset about it.
I feel like sometimes I've noticed this. Oftentimes when a player feels like there's been a hand over their head, it really psychs them out and it makes it harder for them to catch the disc as well. And oftentimes a lot of people have an argument, it's a continuous debate that if a hand goes over your head, is that a dangerous play or not?
Because there's the airspace discussion as well, of course.
Or, oh, I saw your hand over my head, so it prevented me from jumping for the disc because I was distracted or I was afraid.
Yeah, often we've seen the new rules in terms of dangerous play as well. It doesn't have to be contact to call a dangerous play, so that's something as well to take in consideration. I don't think a dangerous play was called. It's just a foul. You can see Jerome acting things out. And now we get to talk about Team Orange. So that's Sandra Hansen and Rob Langridge. We thank them for their service here as observers, and there's a bunch of them Team Orange or sometimes Team Green out on the fields, and they really make the games continue to go and make sure they're pretty smooth. So we thank all the observers here at this complex, headed up by Linda Kudo, for being here at this event. So it looks like the Verte are going to keep the disc here. So now the lefty, Jerome, needs a reset, finds one. And Gendron. David Deschambault now. Near the end zone is Rive. So this is a lot of D-line pieces right now. And they're going to get the break for half. Papa Dimitriou finding Philippe Gendron for the score.
I was talking to Team Orange this morning, and they were saying the difference between observer versus a game advisor at world level is that the advantage that the observer has is to be on the field. So when Team Orange makes those calls, they have the best perspective because they can see it so up close.
So that's halftime right now. Sherbrooke is up 8-5. Still some discussion to be had on that foul call. We'll kind of talk about that when we come back here for the second half. But we're going to take about a 5-minute break and be right back here for some more Friday qualifier action.
Hooray!
We're back here at the Friday qualifiers. Sherbrooke out on defense in white, pulling to Laurier. Sherbrooke up 8-5. Went a little bit of a break run here to get to where we are right now. Theo on here with Kat Fortin, bringing you a lot of action. There's so many upsets happening around the complex, I can't even get my head wrapped around it. There's a lot going on. Toronto women's are out, is that what we've been told?
Yes, I think so.
Queens women's as well. So a lot of upsets happening. We got Memorial and Waterloo on the stream next on the women's side. The winner's going to go to Div 1, so a cool story with Memorial out in the East Coast. Western gained the victory over Toronto 10-8. Wild stuff here in Brampton. If you're Laurier, as we turn our attention back to this game, you just got to get a hold here. Obviously, it's not going to be a quick hold because there's some passes going back and forth, but this is a big moment for them. Lefty throw over to Lou. Lou yelling at his teammates to get free. No one doing so. Great effort, but it's in the hands of McDonald. McDonald's the last person to throw an assist for Laurier. That was all the way back when it was 5-4. So they've given up 4 straight points since that. Beaulieu tried to get there, but it's McKee instead. Joey Parkhill. Oh, a collision there, and I don't foresee this being contested. He kind of went in blind there, was Elliot Christian. Gonna see if there's a card handed out for this one.
Team Orange is discussing. Oh, and there's an injury call too.
Alexi Ra coming into the game, wearing the yellow mustard pants, so you can't miss him on the field. Jen now going down the line for Parkhill. Great effort, but Sherbrooke will get possession now.
It's difficult as a handler to throw a pass to your cutter who's cutting straight in front of you. It's always best to try and lead them with that throw so that it gives them the opportunity to run onto that disc.
Papa Dimitriou now finding Jerome, and things moving really quickly for the Sherbrooke side. Great shot there.
That was a beautiful movement. Beautiful movement across the field, giving the opportunity for that, as I said, leading pass, leading point, and it was a flawless catch.
Noah Rivet, a player on out, a rookie on this team, making the grab, and Laurier now searching for some answers here. Still some time left in this contest, but with about 24 minutes to go. So there's still some time for a comeback, and what is Coach Andrew Portwine going to dial up here in terms of the line calling? Looking like one of the D-line players there, and Cooper Carberry coming out on the field. Observer Sandra Hansen counting down Laurier before they put a hand up. We got 2 more games coming at you. So as I mentioned already, a women's bracket final. That's going to be the Memorial Seahawks I don't think people had that on their bingo card, but hey, you got to ride the momentum here, Memorial. And they're going to try to book their way to Div 1. They're going to be taking on the Waterloo Warriors. So stay tuned for that one. Then we also have a B bracket matchup in the finals later on. Jan zipping it forward. Finds Braden Thompson. Thompson needs something. Nice around over to Lou. Lou's throw. Not too high for McKee, who goes up for the grab. Want to really see Lou and McKee take over here with a little give-go movement. We see just that. Now Jan. Lou has his defender on the turf. Has the best hair at this tournament. Gonna see if we can get a number on him, but he definitely has the best hair in this tournament for sure.
He's got an avatar arrow. He says he's air bending. Hence why there's no wind and full control of no zone.
Anthony Robert's there. I asked him earlier before the game, do you walk to school like that? He said yes. So he just buzzing around the Sherbrooke campus looking like that. And a bunch of the team also has green mustaches. We talked to them about that. Coach Simon Martin said, hey, they're young guys. They want to show that flair, and hey, we're not going to stop them.
And I quote him, rookie things.
Okay. There you go. Not sure what discussions to be had here. Lou had the space, and I believe his defender there just fell down, Roberge.
When they say, I think they call it breaking ankles.
Yes, ankle breaker. I like it. Huge moment. I've already said this before. Sounded like a broken record a little bit, but this is actually a huge moment right now because 9-5 is the score line. Hard cap will go off at 150. That's when the game ends. Push pass. Jan working small ball with Lou. I like it. Jan going up the line, but instead it's a reset to McKee. That lefty backhand is so devastating there. So hard to stop. Thompson not in the end zone yet. High stall. Lou's going to put this one out. Was it caught? They're going to call it a goal. Ben Hiesel is the captain with the grab.
I have to say, Lou's movement of the way he changed direction so quickly, and he was able to get open every single time, the way he was able just to cut towards one way and then cut hard the other, and he was open every single time, was really beautiful.
Can this jumpstart what's happening right now for Laurier? Sherbrooke's offensive line has rested for a while. They haven't played since the score was 5-5 when they scored their 5th point. Otherwise, it was 4 straight D points, and then they've had to play D out of half. So perhaps the leg's going to tense up a little bit for the Verde Or on their offense. We're going to see on this next point.
It'd be interesting to see if the coach of Laurier can use this as a pivotal moment to relate back to the game with Waterloo and tell their team, you know, we were down 4 points. This is the same thing. Right now, we're down 3. Can we climb back up and make this an even more exciting game for both teams?
Yeah, when you have, looks like a more traditional defensive line out there, what they did earlier was they would, if they got the break, then stack out the D-line. I kind of like that strategy here. Some players we haven't seen get as much burn out on the field. So Laurier, I'm not sure if, I don't ever want to say a coach has conceded a game, but certainly he's trying to get some other players into the game. And a lot of players that we have not called out yet, we're going to make sure they get some love out here. Because the backbone of teams are your depth. If you can go into your depth and use them. Right now, this would be the biggest energy giver for Laurier. If they can get a break with this line out on the field, this would be huge for them. Whoa, lefty over to Leonard. Leonard going to put this one out. Great D from Laurier. Elijah Keevy with the block. And now they're working up the field. Dallimore. Now this is where can they hold their excitement? That's what we're going to see from Laurier right now. Dallimore high stall. And that throw is going to hit the turf. But you do like the energy that this other line is bringing for Laurier right now.
Especially when there's a D like that, the excitement of the team, it is so important, pivotal to just take your time, take a breather, and go back to basics in order to get your point.
Dubé looking deep. This throw's going to hang. Keevy's going to have another chance at it. And he'll get a second block of the game in what is his first point of the contest. Now, can Connor McFadden, who's played for Toro in the past, can he kind of quarterback this defensive line right now? Resets to another former Toro player, Kingston Yang. Keevy can't get that one, so Sherbrooke gets it back. Foul? Or Phi, excuse me. Working things over for Sherbrooke. Stall count rising here for Sherbrooke. Finds a sliding Dubé who's inbounds. Dubé hits it into the front cone for Mercier for the score. And Sherbrooke gets a much needed hold there. Probably a lot more heart stopping than Verdeor fans would want. But they do get the score. "15 minutes here until the hard cap. Time not on the side of the Golden Hawks right now. And if you're Sherbrooke, you're a team that's been at the D1 spot last year. They're trying to climb back there again. And we've already talked about it, their loss to McGill as being a tipping point for them. And they don't have the benefit of getting to 2 tournaments. So a team like McGill, they already won the bid in the Quebec regional there. But often some teams will go to Easterns. So Sherbrooke, you kind of have your one shot at this tournament, CQUC. And if you don't get it, you got to wait a few weeks to try it at the Friday qualifier. So some teams going with different strategies of how they structure their season. Of course, the fall season in general is quite short.
Fall season is short. Tournaments are far as well for them. And being on a university student with a small budget,
yes.
It's hard to do fun tournaments.
What a throw from Justin Liu and a read from McKee, but there's going to be a foul called by Philippe Gendron. Liu threw through the zone there, a huge backhand huck. So as much as Laurier wants this score, I think the bigger thing right now, Kat, is that they want this call to be resolved quickly. If you're Sherbrooke, you're okay with some discussion happening. You want this to kind of go a little bit longer. But if you're Laurier, you certainly don't want this to drag on.
Especially with the limited time that we have left as well. And with Laurier's goal of climbing back up like they did with Waterloo.
Yeah, you can't have too much time go off the clock here. So some discussion to be had. Team Orange is out there. We've given them a shout out already. Looks like Justin Liu looking for some confirmation of his throw, but I think he was actually looking for confirmation of the foul. But his friend Cecil there saying it was a good throw. It was a great throw because look at the zone, and he still got that off. Christian on the mark. Vigneault Lecomte. I'm going to call him DVL because those are his initials. He was in the middle of that zone. Great grab. Tyler McDonald really gets high up in the air. McKee now. Lou going up line. Little shimmy cut into the front cone. And that's what Laurier needs. But now you got to go on a little bit of a break run. Can they do it? That's going to be the question. Have you seen enough from Laurier to think that they can make this comeback? Or is Sherbrooke going to ride into the finals and try to get a bid to Div 1? What do you think?
Well, Lou just did a nice little victory spike with a disc, and that's the first spike I've seen them do. So I think this is where the pivotal moment where they can start bringing up their energy and match Sherbrooke's. Because as we've seen, Sherbrooke sings their teammates' names. They have a super supportive, loud sideline on both sides, on the dark side and on their home side. So hopefully Laurier can match that energy as well.
Lou and McKee are going to stay out on the field. Going to have to start piling up breaks. If we get confirmation of other scores around the complex, we'll let you know. Because, of course, there's other side of this bracket that will meet in the finals later on. Laval and Western were on that side. Be interested to see if there would be like an all Quebec bracket A final there. Usada, center handler right now. He's going deep. Blanchette, right hand. Like that he went up strong with it instead of waiting for it to come to his breadbasket. Resets to Dubé. Dubé with the veteran move. I'm going to say that right now. The veteran move. Time is on your side. You're going to call the timeout. I like it.
Not only that, but right before their end zone too. What a beautiful opportunity to plan a well-organized, patient end zone play.
Smart move there. As they're trying to make their way in to the A bracket final. The women's side we mentioned has 3 bids. So even if you lose the bracket A or B final, you have another shot. Whereas on the open side, you do not. See what Sherbrooke decides to dial up here. Offense is going to have to set pretty quickly because the time is being called by Sandra Hansen. And now the offense has to set. That is the rule. Dubé going around. That's how you draw it up. If you're Sherbrooke, they retain their 4-point lead. Here Ben Hiesel is telling the team to dig deep here. They got to do that and more because time, as I've already said, is not on their side. (11-7) the scoreline right now as Laurier down 4 points here in what is starting to seem like an insurmountable lead to overcome. It's different being down 5-1 like they were in the Waterloo game than it is 11-7 this late into the game.
And with so much time left, it's very stressful.
It also maybe doesn't make your offense flow like it normally does. You're going to have to try to get a quick huck score because of the fact that you don't have time on your side. McKee is going deep already, but Lou going to go underneath instead to Wilkie. Wilkie, a West Coast product. Playing with Dino. Inside shot from McKee, and that's a great throw, finding McDonald. That's 3 assists for McKee right now. That's the clean hold they need, but now you got to just go power line the rest of the way here.
And we've seen a lot of players on Laurier, the same players, play both the D-line and the O-line, so they must be exhausted. But again, it's about fighting for that disc and who wants it more.
So it's going to be the winner. So Laval, I believe, has won their game against Western, or is at least winning 12-9. And they're going to take on the winner of this game. So that's just to give you some details for the fans at home here. And so this would be a Bracket A All-Quebec final for a spot in Div 1. That's kind of cool. We talked about Waterloo-Laurier regional rivalry. We'll say the same here with Sherbrooke and Laval. Western had some good results during the season, but unable to take down Laval. USADA likes to huck it, but instead going underneath. I don't think they need to rush it, but they're going to do just that. Thompson trying to put coverage in. McDonald is there too. And it's swatted away. And now Laurier's got to go fast pace. You can't really wait around now. Dubé is like a safety in football, just poaching back right now as Wilkie is way too deep into the end zone for Laurier. This is straight power line right now for Laurier as players told to go closer, but Lou hits the turf and an injury is going to be called, I believe. And Lou just playing so many minutes for this Laurier side. You feel for a player like that who gives it heart and soul to his team. Leonard zipping inside shots taken away. Laurier trying to counterattack. Will this throw stay in bounds? It will not. And this throw is going to, or this disc is going to go way into the attacking area for Sherbrooke. USADA now has been the center handler all day. Nothing's going to change now at this juncture of the contest. And he'll throw and go for the score. I like that movement. Normally your center handler, he's going to go up line.
And they're back to singing again.
Why not? You're up 12-8. You got the hold after a couple turnovers. USADA 2 assists to his name as well. Uo throwing the assist.
Oh, sorry.
So now I can safely say, based on the line personnel, that Laurier going to give some other people some burn here. Looking like their second defensive line out on the field. Remember, that line did get a couple blocks for this Laurier side. They weren't able to punch it in, but they were able to get some momentum going. Kiwi actually got 2 blocks. So Laurier saying, hey, we're living to fight another day. Sherbrooke still got their energy right now. They're going to have to carry that forward if they want to win that rematch with Laval. McFadden. Working with Yang. Kiwi. Reset to Yang. They're going to keep things going on this open side. And it's going to work out for Laurier. I like that. Haldane finding his teammate for the score. That was Aiden Battaglia with the grab. So you give those players some burn, and hey, they go right in and get a clean hold. You like to see that. It looks like they're going to stay out on the field.
They're ready. They're hungry, just like the coach said.
Based on the time, it looks like this will be the last point if the horn goes off here. And so, like I said, the all-Quebec battle for the Bracket A spot. A ticket to Division 1. Only 8 teams go to that one. Div 2, of course, all the other teams. Some teams choose to just compete at the Division 2 level. And then, of course, teams that aren't successful here at the Friday qualifier will drop down and also participate in that tournament that will go for 2 days. So more ultimate action coming at you tomorrow and Sunday here from beautiful Brampton, Ontario. We thank you again for tuning in and appreciate your support of University Ultimate. The horn has gone off, and that will indicate this will be the last point. I like that Sherbrooke went with their traditional offensive line. You got another game coming up. You want to make sure this offensive line is dialed in. So don't phone it in now. You want to make sure that they get some reps, some more time together. Certainly if you're the two coaches, you don't want to see, I was going to say a turnover, but you see that right now. But you don't want to see your team get broken. Let's see what happens with this Laurier side. Battaglia. High stall. Over to McFadden. Haldane now. Finds Yang. Teammates telling him to go hammer, but Yang's going to go up the line instead to McFadden. That's a break for Laurier. But it's going to be a case of too little too late here. As Sherbrooke's going to be moving on. They'll take on Laval. So, you know, I'm going to go on a quick rant because I understand there's time constraints. I know some people aren't going to like this. I can think of one person in particular. But it just feels anticlimactic to me that Laurier, they work so hard with this second line. They get 2 scores in a row, and then they can't complete the comeback because the hard cap goes off. I don't know your opinion on this, but I don't like that the winning team doesn't score last.
Well, there's nothing. At least they finished on a break, and they said it themselves too as they celebrated. We just got a break, so you know it is unfortunate, but at least they finished on a high note for their own team in a way. So it's a bittersweet loss for them.
Yes, it is. So we got more ultimate action coming at you. So we mentioned already it's the Memorial Seahawks out of the East Coast. Hey, no one saw this coming, and I'm very excited to bring that for you as they're going to take on Waterloo. That game is going to start at 2:15 local time, so check back in for that one. Thank you, Kat Fortin, for being on the mic. First, no, I don't want to. I'm going to say that on air for the people at home. First time on the mic. Very excited that she was on, and tune back in. Like I said, 2:15 local time. Waterloo Memorial, a spot at Div 1 on the line in the women's division. We'll see you then.
I love working with a team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie,
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
for the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing ultimate frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun,
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied.
To step away from real life and focus on frisbee.
I play because I love ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 Welcome back to the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships. It's the Friday qualifier. We got the Memorial Seahawks out of St. John's, Newfoundland, taking on the Waterloo Warriors from this province, Ontario, from Waterloo. Theo Wan here with Brendan Adibay, and we're excited to bring you the action before we start. We want to acknowledge the land we are on is the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, including the Mississauga, the Credit First Nation, the broader Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat nations. Memorial will be in white, Waterloo in dark here. Bracket A final. And Waterloo, they told us, they go with the pause system. You know, some people have their likes and dislikes about that, but Waterloo will start with the disc in the dark jerseys. Kelly Dow now. And some discussion on where the disc is supposed to come in. And Brendan, as this matchup gets started, what are we expecting from these two teams?
Yeah, so on the Memorial side of things, we are looking at a team that is, as a nice throw goes up, for a confirmed score for Waterloo. But on the Memorial side of things, we are looking at a lot of chemistry being built, especially coming out of the handler sets. A lot of these amazing athletes have been playing together, whether it's on Storm or on Tempest out of St. John's. So we're definitely looking for some good things out of their team.
Waterloo has some club players of their own. A couple players playing with Incognito. A couple players playing on Crash, which is out of the Kitchener-Waterloo area. So both teams getting some club experience out here, trying to show this on the big stage.
Club experience is such an important tool, especially once it comes down to the university side of things, where a lot of the players who have more experience are looking to step up and fill in gaps and also allow the newer players to get quickly acclimatized to the university scene.
Brendan, you're a former university player, correct?
Yes, I am.
Tell us about your experience in the university scene, because I think it's underrated how it develops and builds you as a player for later on in club and potentially national teams, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. So it's basically the building grounds of a lot of very top players, and it's been that way, especially in Canadian Ultimate, for as long as you can remember. So a lot of players might find that they played juniors or university Ultimate might be their first introduction to actually playing Ultimate. So for myself, it was a really big goal of mine to start playing Ultimate from a B team, worked my way up, and then made some national teams. So it is definitely a nice building platform for a lot of players, as you will see.
Maddie E made that grab out of the outstretched arms of Maria Dodd, but then throws a turnover. So one turnover apiece here as we return to game action. You talk about national team players, got to look at number 6, Maria Dodd, wearing the Team Canada hat because she was on the U20 team this past summer. So often you don't see a lot of East Coast representation. I know the East Coasters, if they're watching, they want more of it, and they had one there in Maria Dodd, who has the disc right now.
It's definitely a nice place that is continuing to grow with how they're developing juniors, and right now in the pipeline they have a few coming along. I know they had another East Coaster out on the open team this past cycle, but having coached against them this year, there's even more players that could be making an impact on the national stage.
Yeah, I had a chance to play against some of these players when they're on the Blue Nose Duckies at No Borders in the summer. So it's good to see them get a lot of experience playing Ultimate out here in Ontario. This one we're going to go up, but keep its edge out of bounds. Jenna Perry was the intended target. So 2 turnovers right now for this Memorial side. Many people coming into this tournament weren't predicting, and even Waterloo said this, Brendan, they weren't predicting Memorial to be in this spot. They were expecting Queens. I see the huge Queens Gales bus in the far distance from our vantage point, but people expected Queens to be here, but it was Memorial who knocked them off.
Definitely not on everyone's list of who would be making it through, especially if you were planning out a bracket, but it is Memorial who we have here. That chemistry that we've seen from players who've played together a long time comes in so clutch when it comes to university, where you only have about 5 to 6 weeks to really gel as a team.
Great block there from Waterloo, swatting it away. Heidi Jiang getting horizontal there. So Memorial trying to knock on that door of the end zone, unable to do so. This will be the third opportunity in 03 here, or D3, excuse me, for Waterloo. You mentioned that chemistry earlier, and you have that juniors program. Want to give some love to that for Newfoundland out there, because Nick House, along with the rest of the board, have been doing a great job of developing ultimate out there. We're seeing the fruits of that labor, and they're out here on the stream. So hopefully East Coasters, I know it's a little bit later local time than the local time here of 2:20, but hopefully you're still at work watching that at a foot block.
Huge foot block.
That's going to get you excited. Shannon Jones. Now Dodd. Finds McGregor, and things continue to move here. Perry looking for Jones. A bit of a tangle up here, and a foul is going to be called. Going to be some discussions with the observers here as well. Alan Baggish, Ethan Lang. Bell O Yang trying to make the play here.
So as we see, call is being talked about, and observer ruling, there is no foul, says Ethan Lang. So the disc will now return to Waterloo once they tap in.
Bello Yang playing Club Ultimate with Platypus out of Toronto. Shout out to that new mix program. Oh, Yang playing there this past summer. Looking for E, but it's going to hit the turf instead.
Both teams really employing a very disciplined vertical stack going both ways, even with this win.
The wind has picked up slightly. That first game that we just did with Laurier and Sherbrooke definitely did not have the same wind. It's, I would still say, a thrower's wind. It's not a big wind where it's going to be a lot of zone, I don't think, but hey, it could pick up.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the typical Brampton weather we are used to, where everyone's in their parkas, their pants that you wear when you're about to go to sleep. But today we do have a throwers wind, as you're saying, where those top throwers, as you see right here, with a nice buttery biscuit, as some may say.
Oh, he's going Liam Grant. All right, I see you.
But yeah, this throwers wind can be used in a very beneficial light, unlike some of the times we see where the wind is a substantial factor here in Brampton.
I've never seen that before. Shannon Jones had back to the disc fronting her offensive player and gets the block with her back. So you don't normally see that.
That's the defensive intuition right there, knowing where to be at the right time.
Exactly. You just got to will it to existence. Waterloo back out on offense here. Pick called will halt play.
Waterloo currently looking for a lot of inside shots here on that far side channel. Really opening up the game, but they also have the throws to be making use of those openings. As they go for another one here, which is just too far to the outside, as Memorial will take over.
This point, the second one of this game has been a war of attrition right now. A hammer looking for Jones. Jones going to stack it with the right hand. Had the emphatic foot block earlier on this point. McGregor coming down underneath and drop out of the hands. Neither team calling a timeout right now, content to play through this point. Millville finds a target. It's going to go around the horn, and it's going to work out for Waterloo. Maggie Trong throwing the assist, following Bell O Yang.
Points like that really can build up good momentum going forward in the game. A few turns apiece on each side, but when you come out with the point at the end of it, it really bodes well for the rest of the game.
Both coaches, we spoke to the two coaching staffs, an all-female coaching staff actually. That's pretty cool for both programs. Continue developing the female coaching here in Canada. And so for both sides, they mentioned kind of alternating lines. It's not like traditional O&D lines. I don't know if you're an O&D kind of person, Brandon, but I am. I'm just going to say that. But some teams like to employ the pod system.
Unlike you, I'm actually kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum. I enjoy the pod system where both lines get more chances to play offense. We see that breaks win games, and you always need a defensive line, quote-unquote defensive line, to be able to punch it in, especially in those tough situations, and that's when it changes games. So
if you have like players who've gotten opportunities to play offense on defense as a defensive line, then you feel like that will benefit you later on in games.
Yeah, it's crucial, especially when there's just some games where your O-line just doesn't have it. You're not converting at the clip you want. You're going to look to those next people. If you already have a pod who's played offense, it's a nicer transition. However, if it's just a defensive unit that's only picks up from a dead disc, it's a different look.
It is different playing offense receiving the pull, I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
Than just picking up off a dead disc, as you mentioned. Elliott looking for a reset. High stall, gonna have to put this one up. It's gonna be a turnover, but no real reset option, so kind of just have to throw it out.
Not the worst thing to do in a high stall situation. Still have a chance at getting it downfield. Worst case, the other team has to march down the field, so definitely take those.
Beatty, some good defense on Zhu, and it's going to result in a team turnover because Jane Swift came in to make sure that wasn't completed. Beatty played great handler defense there and now has the disc for Memorial, the team in white. Hull with a pretty throw, finding Emma Weinberg, and Memorial gets on the board. Morgan Hull with the assist. There's two Hulls, so I'll try to say their first name moving forward.
Yeah, two sisters from out east, both doing well here, as you can see, coming down with the score right there on, I think that was the first longer throw that we saw completed so far, which they're definitely trying to open up this game.
I like it. You got to open up, at some point, you got to open up the deep space for your team. So Memorial choosing to do that early. See the coaches for Waterloo, Julia Vanderhoof and Sid Dunbar. Both of them have played in the club scene in Kitchener-Waterloo. And Sid's husband, Ken, a former teammate of mine, coaching on the University of Waterloo Open side. They had a heartbreaking loss to Laurier earlier in the morning. And so maybe you caught some of that stream earlier as well. It was Laurier and Sherbrooke. We got this stream coming for you, and then one more. Don't know the teams yet because it's the Bracket B final in the Open Division. We'll see if we can get that for you. I have my predictions on who it's going to be, but I don't want to say it for sure until I see the actual results because we've seen some crazy upsets this weekend already.
Yeah. As you can see, Friday qualifiers is basically the March Madness of Ultimate, and that is exactly why we love it. No matter who you have coming out, it might be a different outcome, but it is so entertaining to watch.
It's great for the teams too. I feel like they enjoy that, like having the mystery there of if you're going to make it. I think some teams, of course, you want to earn that bid earlier, right? You don't want to put yourself in this situation.
You always want to get your work done earlier if you can, but it's not always the case for some teams that also have to travel, kind of like Memorial.
Memorial going fast break, and it's going to be caught for the score. Amber Hodder receiving it from Julia Young.
And what you see in that point there, Memorial throws out the first zone of the game, and they immediately get a turn and convert on a clean break opportunity. So first break of the game, what are you seeing out there, Theo?
Hey, normally I ask you those questions, but now you're throwing it on me. I like that. I mean, I've seen Memorial really, especially that point just now, working fast break. You catch the D and you immediately strike. I like that right away. Sometimes teams like to dink and dunk it after they get a turn, but if you can catch it, get yourself in power position, just try to go for the throat and attack. I think that seems to bode well. It also doesn't allow the offensive line that's out there to really set up on defense.
Exactly. So here we see the secondary pod, I guess you could say, from Memorial, the one who was employing a horizontal stack opposed to the vertical set from the first pod. And they are now going from left to right on your screens.
Big pull coming out from Morgan Hull. Hull, a rookie on this team. I'm going to sound like a broken record, Brandon, when I talk about Tempest players, because there's a lot of them on this team. We'll continue to mention those as we go along. But that program coming 11th at Nationals this past summer, making their return to CUC after a few years not being at the tournament. But Waterloo shredding the zone right now. Finding Allison Gorber. Gorber out of Ottawa. Moving that one forward. Kelly Dow now. Nice throw from Dow. And Waterloo getting the hold after getting broken. I believe that was Heidi Jiang on the catch. See if we can get confirmation of that. But a clean hold for Waterloo after getting broken. You'd like to see that.
Yes, for sure. Don't have to go through multiple lines. Still, spirits are high. One break is not too much to scoff at. And Waterloo is coming back, looking for a break of their own.
It's a game of runs. That's what they tell me.
Indeed, it is a game of runs. Game's never over till it's over, and one or two breaks is not going to define any team, especially not one of these teams who's faced a bit of adversity already today, and they're here in the finals.
Audrey Bond was the one who caught that last goal for Waterloo. And, hey, speaking of Waterloo, they were up 5-1. I mentioned this Laurier game already in the Open Division. They were up 5-1 and lost, so anything's possible out here. Especially when it's like wind. I mean, there's less so right now, but often we see in the university circuit, especially upwind, downwind, if you can get that upwind break, it's like a huge momentum booster. So zone look now from the Warriors. Trying to frustrate these Memorial handlers. The Seahawks out of Newfoundland. Jones thought about it, going to reset it. Melt called here, so looking like going to be traditional person as the disc in the hands of Jasmine Boutaoui. Boutaoui looking for, trying to go for the reset, but it's still going to be on that far side. Into Perry's hands. Now disc moving quite quickly for the Seahawks group. But they're content to keep it on that far side of the field, not able to make it over to that break side just as of yet. Molly Breen resets it to Jones, and Brandon, you can see almost right away they're not even looking to the break side.
Yeah, it's a bit tougher swinging the disc this way opposed to on the far side. As you saw, the disc just caught the wind a little bit here. So they are getting open on that open side, so they are trying to work the unders, and that is their primary look that they're looking for.
Jiang's throw too far from Arinda Yu. The Seahawks will retain possession and will have to slice through a zone look. Looking like a couple players slow to get there for Waterloo, but they'll eventually set up that cup, and now a melt called. Players trying to find their assignments, and that's usually when an offense can take advantage, but instead it's the defense that will get a block. Christine Huang. A couple players who played for the junior team Toro on this Waterloo side, Huang being one of them. Pick is called. So So that might bring the disc back. Madison Hall, number 8 in white, calling the pick.
So on the field, they're saying that the pick didn't affect. However, the pick was 2 throws ago, which means the continuation rule for pick can only be 2 throws. So it is coming back 1 throw here.
More picks means more stop in the action.
We do see quite a bit of picks when it is a vert stack and getting towards the end zone here. They're trying to open up channels on both sides, so going to that vert stack.
Breen on the mark. Loud stalls being called, trying to frustrate the Waterloo thrower. It does just that. You not able to complete that pass, and Memorial will obtain possession for their 3rd one of this point. Hodder now. Finding Jones. Jones likes to go with the right hand. No 2 hands needed. Jones now power position. So it's Madison Hall with a nice under, really selling the deep and then coming into the underspace. Memorial moving it with some nice pace right now. Finding downfield targets and Perry resetting it to Jones. Here, maybe the wind picking up our microphones here starts to pick up here in Brampton. Waterloo gonna have to work the full 70 here if they want to score this, what is a defensive point for them. Claire Melville, a rookie on this team, playing for the club team Chain Reaction out of the Durham region. So any Durham region people watching, hello to you. Short field turn to work with, and Memorial electing not to go fast break on this one. We saw a point where they did do that. Instead, they're going to take their time. Boutaoui told to take a timeout. I don't know if I like that, Brandon. Do you? Because I think they had the momentum going. They decided to call the timeout.
I think right now what they're looking for, kind of just take a breath here. It's been a long point having to play defense on both sides, and now looking to play some offense. I'm not one to be a fan of end zone timeouts, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they're going to take a timeout. We're going to do the same and be right back. Memorial with the disc now. 3-2 the scoreline for Waterloo here if you're just joining us. Bracket A final of the women's division. There's going to be 3 bids handed out, so a lot more than the men's, where they only have 2. Boutaoui going inside shot. That's going to work out. That's a great throw. Finding Jenna Perry.
I like the look in the setup, going with a bit of an old school vert. However, 3 handlers back, really giving a lot of space in that end zone where it makes it tough for the defensive team to bracket.
I'm happy that they didn't go with the 6-person vertical or the real super dump that we've seen from a club team called Boston Dig or New England Dig out there, because they go with the super deep dump. You've seen that, Brandon. They're going more traditional, and even then I don't think it's that traditional, because mostly you usually in an end zone you see 5 in the stack, so they went 3. like you said, to give them more space.
Yeah, it's actually kind of an old school feel. Not a lot of teams, but some teams employed it beforehand. Kind of became a lost art, but now some of the old school coaches still like the old tricks, bringing them out, and as we see, it works out just as well.
I mean, it's just like styles; they come and go, right? And I'm not sure if you're a younger Ultimate player here, Brandon, but I'm not sure if you remember the time when baggy shorts were in Ultimate. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Very baggy shorts. That was the cool look. Baggy jerseys, and now it's more of like the shorts are a little bit higher. They're not as baggy, and it changes over time. Style, strategies. That's what happens.
Some people don't grow out of it, like Luke Camire to point some fingers. But yes,
he still got the baggy shorts on, is what you're telling me.
Yes, can't live without them.
Gorber now needing something because it's a high stall situation. Going to go up the line, and that will work out. Finding Bond looking forward, and that's going to work out for the Warriors. Megan Chu on the grab. UW cheers going on. We like that.
Sideline's really starting to get into it here. Close game, however, bringing as much energy as they can off the sideline with another score for the UW.
UW, they got the cheers. They haven't done as much of the water, loo cheers I'm come to expect, but sometimes every team has their own thing. The open team's got their own thing. The women's team got their own thing too, right?
Yeah, it's nice to see that even on different sides of a whole program, they have their own identity and their own team culture that they build throughout the year.
And I like that the Waterloo Open side is out here. They, as I mentioned, tasted the perils of defeat earlier, but they're here supporting the women's side. I like when both sides are doing that. Shows a lot of unity out here.
Definitely would mean a lot to the players on the field, seeing that extra bit of support. And if Waterloo wins, it's a whole win for the whole program, not just this women's team.
We saw that last year with the McMaster program. They've booked their ticket into the B bracket finals that we'll stream later in the Open Division. But they made it to the Div 1. They've seen their women's team not just make it to D1, win multiple titles. They got their chance last year. They're trying to do it again this year. We're going to find out if they can.
Building a slight modern-day dynasty.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
University series.
Dodd, couple fakes. Inside shot now. Just bouncing off the body there for Memorial. That's a tough throw. It's a zippy inside shot. You got to really stay concentrated, and sometimes it's just it can just take a little extra second, and sometimes it bounces in and out of the hands.
Yeah, those ones could pop up on you, do a lot of different things, especially with this throwers when it can be a bit of a challenge for some when it just comes in, catches a bit of gust of wind, and changes the flight pattern on those discs.
High stall situation already out of the jump here for Waterloo. Up the line to Melville. Melville been very calm. Just a rookie on this team. Mentioned her juniors playing experience. Nice to see that for Waterloo. Someone to build around on the D line or on the other line. Great grab. Body control as well from Nguyen. Back to the aforementioned Melville. Couple players that Trong was looking for. Not sure if that was the intended target, but it's going to work out either way. Emily Wong finding Jenny La.
This is the first point we see going down this way in a little bit of time, so that is a nice break converted for Waterloo, with the score now being 5-3 now.
Scoreboard across from us is taking a little bit longer to update, so hopefully it's updated on our screens there. 5-3 the score line. But yeah, I don't know if they have a dedicated scorekeeper over there, so they got to make sure they're flipping it, or else it's going to throw us off here in the booth. But either way, it is a score of 5-3 for the Warriors. a team that's been to Div 1 before, but out of my recent memory, I don't think has been to Div 1 in at least a couple years. So this is a team that is rebuilt a little bit. They have some new coaching staff, and they're trying to have some success here at the Friday qualifier. They had a huge win over Carleton Universe, from what I've been told. Were you watching that game, Brandon?
Yeah, I grabbed a little sneak peek, headed over and watched the first, I'd say, a quarter of the game, and Carleton was actually up in that game, but as we were talking about with Ultimate being a game of runs, Waterloo rolled with the punches. They kept it close. They stayed within striking distance of 1 or 2 points the entirety of the game, but as the coaches were letting us know, they played a deeper roster and just had a bit more legs in the second half of the game. But do want to give a shout out to the Carleton players who did play well, especially Taylor Samar, from what I saw, was commanding the D-line, converting some breaks.
Yeah, that was a huge matchup for them. And, of course, Memorial in their own right, they had to take down TMU and then take down Queens as well to get to this point. So they had to fight through kind of an extra game here to get to this spot. So both teams battle-tested right now. Swift working with Beatty. Beatty now with the disc. But it's going to be taken away, that throw. Kelly Dow. Got to run through those undercuts especially, because a defender like Dow is going to swoop in for the block. And one block deserves another, as Swift, a rookie on this team, coming through. Going down the line, a good idea from Claire Fancy. Fancy and Swift, part of this 4-person rookie class. They all captained the juniors team Storm together. So there's some benefits, obviously, to being in an isolated area. Some of it's that you get to have chemistry together because you get to play together so often. Certainly, sometimes the competition, it's a little bit harder because you have to travel further away. So there's some pros and cons out here. Great block here from Memorial. That's Abby Fleming. Now can Waterloo pin their ears back and really get a block here? Or perhaps get a Callahan. It is coming in on the end zone line. Horizontal stack look from the Seahawks.
Looks like they're going to be initiating from the middle here. Classic Diamonds play. 2 and 3 doing their thing.
Yeah, 2 and 3 doing their thing, but Waterloo says, hey, we're going to do our thing too. And we're going to get a block off the back of Audrey Bond. They kind of read that 2-3 attack, and instead they're going to zip it in for the score. Sarah Witt is going to get the grab, and Kelly Dow on the assist. Kelly Dow got a block earlier, and then we'll throw the assist there.
So that is a couple of breaks in a row here. Looking like Waterloo is really starting to take hold of this game, but Memorial does not seem to be phased. Some good body language on the sideline as well as the players coming out here.
Game will end at 3:35 local time, so lots, and I mean lots of game left. So if you're a Seahawks fan in the audience, we thank you for tuning in from the East Coast and cheering on your squad. You can, I don't know, spam some good words in the chat. Tell them good luck and all those good things.
So Memorial kind of looking to stabilize things here with going down a couple of breaks. Still plenty of time in this game, but they do have to find their focus and execute at a slightly higher level than what they were doing for the other points. But we know they have it in them, even though it's currently now 6-3.
I like the unity with the Waterloo side there. They're all linked in arms. I like that.
Yeah,
And
we've been seeing some good cheers and
Yes.
some unity. Saw in the Laurier game they were using some Team Canada / TFC chants.
You're a soccer guy, Brandon, so you like that.
Yeah, you love to see it. A lot of teams, the best chants come from footy, so why not use them in Ultimate here?
Great coverage there from Waterloo. Julia Young was the intended receiver. And now we're going to have to dig deep here on defense. Jones on the mark. Waterloo going to keep it on the far side with Heidi Jiang now. Jiang going to air this out. The edge of that's going to make the disc go out of bounds. You mentioned the cheers. I mean, every team, and we've seen it, Sherbrooke on the open side had their own cheers for each player when they scored. So it's like they had like specific personalized cheers. I don't know if every team is that sophisticated, but cheering is a big part of the game. I know there's only 7 players on the field, usually 24 players on the roster. See a collision there that's going to result in a Waterloo block. No foul called there by McGregor from Memorial.
Yeah, chants are a big part. I remember recently watching a Huck and A podcast where you were talking with the Irish players, and they were saying even with them just being one team, they want to make that sideline as loud as possible.
Speaking of loud, that sideline's getting loud here for Waterloo. Oh Yang finding McKenna Kingsley for the score. And Waterloo starting to kind of roll here, showing their might right now, showing why they belong in the Div 1 circuit. 7-3 the score line. How is Memorial going to respond? They go with that pod system. They go back and forth. So the line that you see going right to left isn't going to be the same line going left to right. So let's see what happens for this Memorial side. They're going to have to figure things out. Electing curiously not to call a timeout. They called one earlier kind of near the end zone where they were able to punch in that score, but with the momentum going Waterloo's way, they're electing not to take a break and trying to play through it.
Yeah, so I think this might be something that's in their team culture where all they need is a little mental reset, maybe taking some deep breaths. As you can see on the far side, they're having a little bit of a team meeting where they're just going over what happened in the last point. Sometimes you don't need a full-on timeout, and they're very valuable. Some tournaments you get 2 per half or 1 in a floater. Maybe electing to save it for if they do get in trouble, maybe in a high stall scenario, or if they're around the end zone, much like we saw earlier in this first half.
Beatty now, big backhand fake. Great concentration to keep things alive from Ava Witten. Beatty wanted the disc, but the disc was not thrown. Now it'll be in the hands of Morgan Hall. Hall bending this one out, and no timeout required for Memorial. They're going to get the score off the back of Juliet Hudson.
And that was a good look. A lot of space in that end zone. Why not take a shot, use the wind to your advantage? And just like that, Memorial's back up on the board and getting a little bit of momentum from it.
They're going to try to get a couple more points before half here. They started out on defense, Waterloo out on offense, score 7-4. So can Waterloo hold for half, double up their lead? Or is Memorial going to figure something out here? Looking like perhaps a little power liney, Brandon, because I see Beatty out there on the field, for example, and Morgan Hall. They were just going left to right on our screen, so they're going to go right to left instead. It looks like a similar lineup that they just had, so maybe giving that other line a bit of a break that has Dodd and Jones on it.
Yeah, the other line has had to play a couple of points where they've been going for a little bit of a longer time, so the coaches did say they felt confident that on occasion when it is a quicker point, they'll throw out the same line, especially if they held nice and quickly, which we just saw. So a few fresh legs implemented into this line. We'll see if they get a break of their own to cut into this lead.
Hillary Walsh and Kathleen Sullivan, co-coaches for the Seahawks side. That throw is going to pop, and a couple players will be there. Hudson, who caught the goal early, will be credited with the block, and now can they take advantage? They're on their attacking half of the field. Morgan Hall resets it to Beatty. Nice little under. Finding Hudson. Hudson's been all over the field in the cutter space. And then in the handler space, it's been number 13, Grace Beatty. Like how Beatty's communicating with their teammates with the head nods and shaking of the head saying, you got to get out of there, you're not open.
Yeah, a lot of the times when we see fakes, they're not even to move the mark. They're a lot of communication. And Beatty definitely showing exactly what she wants as she throws a nice huck for a score with 2 open receivers in the end zone. as Memorial cuts into this lead going towards halftime, and just like that, without taking a timeout, they found a way to bring it back.
Hudson, 2 consecutive goals there for number 3-3, double threes here for Memorial. And you're right, if you're a coach and you know what your team needs, maybe you are a team that doesn't need the timeout. Clearly the coaches are pushing the right buttons here, choosing not to do that, and they're going a little bit of a run.
Speaks to the character of the coaches and understanding their rosters, understanding their depth, understanding what they can get out of their players and on a given moment, which is a testament to how much time they spent together.
Yeah, the chemistry has been built over as a 3-year program now. A lot of them have started within that 3 years together, so rising up amongst the ranks as a unit. And we asked them as well before the game how they kind of get the recruiting going for this sport. Brendan, you're a transplant from another sport in soccer. I'm sure there's going to be some of those on this team, but for them, a big recruiting effort in Newfoundland, or at least the St. John's area, has been in the schools. And I'm not sure what it's like in Ottawa, but certainly it's picking up in different school boards around the province. And it's going to continue to develop more ultimate players as more kids find out about the sport.
Yeah, the best way to find new athletes, especially the ones who have time to grow, is going into those high schools, making it part of the curriculum, or even just having some tournaments for those high school aged players. So it's nice to see that they found quite a few high schoolers to then go into their club program in Storm, and now in a university program, which is their 3rd year of having it at Memorial.
Dawsville's going to hang. Batted a couple of times. That was dangerous territory for Waterloo. Megan Chu did that. But sometimes you see that being caught. And there was a short field turnover for Waterloo on that first possession, but Memorial not able to take advantage, and instead it's a changing body grab right there for the Warriors by Bond. Things looking a little shaky right now for Waterloo. A couple of throws they've had to really extend to make the catch, and now they're out as Gorber gonna put this one out. And Karen Guo was trying to get there, but perhaps just probably, I think, 10% more float, and Guo runs that down.
Yeah, right there for it, ready to make a play, but just couldn't pull the trigger with it being just slightly out of the reach.
McGregor been a big-time cutter for this Memorial side. I want to see Dodd continue to get involved here, bring that Team Canada experience forward. Couple flick fakes to tell people to get out of the space, and now it's over to McGregor. Bit of crowding here for the Memorial side, looking for Dodd, and just too far for the left hand. Melt called, so we're going to see traditional person defense. Sarah Witt now. And more stretching of the body for the catches for the Warriors. That's Guo. Guo looking up the line, but it's going to be swatted down by Madison Hall.
Definitely looking for that up line, but also Memorial seeing their chance to pounce on it, getting a D on that up line option.
Jasmine Boutaoui set to walk this disc up for the Seahawks. McGregor right in front of her is going to clear out of that space and not be able to receive that disc. A little zippy inside shot. Yoshida resetting to Chu. Chu is blocked. Absolutely rejected. Shaking the hand off is Dodd. That's a second time now they've gone a point block. Wow.
Love to see it. Active marks and denying it.
Young players are taught, the mark is not the time to rest. You're a coach. You tell the players, you can't rest on the mark, because sometimes you get the blocks or you make things difficult, right?
Yeah, wise coach once told me, I'll shout him out here, Morgan Hibbert said, if you have a strong mark, you are able to give 6 people a break on the mark. So if you put in 10 seconds or 10 stalls of hard marking, being active, taking away options, you're such a crucial asset to your team.
Hibbert named as the U24 Open coach recently. So congrats to him and the rest of the coaches that were announced. As that throw is going to be out of bounds very close to the throw there. As the observer closest to us, Alan Baggish, running it down for us. Keeping things moving is Team Orange. Baggish, a BC native, coming out here for the championships. Love to see that.
Love to see it. Making the trip down as Memorial takes a timeout after this long point. Looking to regroup here.
My memory stands correct, I believe Boutaoui called the timeout earlier as well to get them to score on the inside shot, if I remember correctly, going right to left. Maybe, the points sometimes blur together. But either way, Memorial calling a timeout, trying to reset the troops here. It's been a few long points. Some of the points, though, I will say have been quick offensive holds. We saw that one point where that same line basically went on that same pod because of how quick it was. So for the coaches, we asked them how they would deploy their lines and things like that. And sometimes, and for them, they didn't really have an answer because it's going to be game dependent and you kind of feel out the vibes, right? Yeah. You kind of see what your players need.
Sometimes as a coach, you have a plan, and maybe by point 2, it goes out the window. So it's really hard to plan how a game's going to go, but this coaching staff does look like no matter which way the game goes, they have a plan, a counter plan to that, and they're kind of rolling with the punches here.
5, 3, 2, 1. Offense should be frozen. Defense, you have 20.
Horizontal stack set here from the Seahawks. Looking to fly high here and get this break, perhaps. Boutaoui has a couple of receivers going deep. 2 players there in Perry and McGregor.
And immediately set in a zone in what could be a coffin corner.
You called it.
Look at that. They already have a turn and now looking to get a chance at the end zone here. And that timeout looking like a good idea here as they already got into scoring position. Granted, there was a little bit of a turn, but they're there now.
It's how they drew it up. 100%. That's what we're going to say. Boutaoui now. Dealing with a flick force. Going to reset to the middle. Over to Jenna Perry. Perry needs something. Going to arc out a blade. That's going to be reeled in with 2 hands strong. Julia Young making that grab.
Going up 2 hands for safety, and they secure the point. Definitely a good look. As we were saying, take a shot if it's high stall. We saw some good level of shutdown defense on the handlers. So opted in for a high release flick into the end zone to receiver they trust.
Now if you're Waterloo, what are you going to do? Because you've just given up. Well, one was a hold from the other team, a clean hold at that, but then you got broken twice. Are they going to go power line, or are they going to just kind of ride the wave here? Be curious to see what happens. I do like that their whole team is walking to the line regardless if they're on or not. I think the most debilitating thing I've seen, or deflating thing I should say, is when an offensive line gets broken and they walk to the other side of the field and the rest of the team doesn't walk with them and they just stay on the side. You've seen that before.
It is a tough look. Like, you are part of a team and you're looking to support them. Sometimes some teams like to be very isolated as an offense versus as a defensive line, but it is nice to see as a team looking like we're in this together. You guys might have had a rough O point, but we're still going to try to claw this back as a team.
Well, we ain't going to have to deal with this zone in the handler space. Finding Jenny Law. Law playing with Danger Noodle out of Toronto. And that throw swatted down to the cheers on the Memorial sideline. Abby Fleming. And now Grace Beatty, the gunslinger, with the disc. Gets a reset to Costigan. Beatty's been directing traffic all day. Got the head fakes, got the pointing as well. Trying to tell the receivers where to go. Beatty going to dial up this hammer. And it's going to be caught just outside the end zone. by Fleming.
Another high release flick, and it's going to work once again.
Hey, nothing can go wrong right now for Memorial. They've tied this game up at 7-7. That was Fleming finding Emma Weinberg. You're saying they go with the high release flicks. That throw wasn't in for a while. Now it's back into play and into the toolbox. I see a lot of people use the lefty high release as well, but that high release flick, if you can nail that, that's going to be devastating as well.
Yeah, it opens up a whole new window on the field that's not often accessible, and especially dependent on the direction you put on it, hard for defenders to read and make a play on safely.
Timeout called by Waterloo, from what I hear.
Yeah, so it's a little galaxy point, as people like to say.
Oh, no, galaxy point. Oh, no, we didn't talk about this off air.
Galaxy point is when it is a tie, and the next point will be the team that takes half. So it does have some ramifications for the second half, because one team did pull to start this half, and now they'll receive. So one team values this a little bit more than the other.
Waterloo starting offense, so if they want to keep their momentum and slash the serve, so to speak, to use some tennis terms for you, they're going to need to score this point. And looking at the Memorial side, it looks like a lot of the names that we've said constantly are out on the field, like McGregor and Jones, Young as well. So I think Dodd's going to be out there, Boutaoui. So perhaps they're going with Powerline. I'm just saying. It looks like it from my perspective, Brandon. We would have to get actual confirmation from their coaching staff, of course. But it looks like they're kind of stacking up this D point.
Yeah, players like McGregor, who we've seen relentless cutters, even on those long points, still finding it deep down to find some cutting in them, even when they're tired, which is a testament to their mental strength.
And as we say that, McGregor not on the field. So McGregor and Young actually taking this point off here, jogging off on the sideline. Madison Hull is out on the field, and Jenna Perry set to pull.
Looks like it might be a zone based on how they are setting up here.
Yeah, when you see a team not count out numbers, you can. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what they're going to do, because they're not even calling out numbers over there.
Unless they're going in a wave set, but does not look like it here. Looks like it is a zone.
Brandon, you're a prophet, I think. You predicted that one.
Hey, I try to be.
Can Zhu, who just had the disc, and the rest of this Waterloo offense navigate this zone? Hodder on the mark, trying to make things difficult. A lot of handler movement, and see if they can get through into the middle with some of these poppers. Couple saving grabs here from Chuth. Had to do that multiple times now. The show's going to hang. Will it stay in bounds? It will not. Cameron Guo was trying to get there, but instead it's Memorial with a chance to break for half. Jones yelling to the team, hey, we're in here. We got to get some movement.
Did tap it in, but no cuts coming for at least the first couple of stalls.
Bobble, but caught there from Hodder. Resets it back, finding Jones. Boutaoui thought about the huck, but instead resets it to Jones. Perry with a little tip assist to Madison Hall, and things will continue to move for the Seahawks. Legs looking a little tired here from both sides. As we're into, as you mentioned, I don't like to say this often, but the Galaxy point, I'll throw you a bone there, Brandon. Jones inside shot, no target in sight.
And a lot of tired legs out there. A lot of points have been played, but looking to dig deep here to get that one coveted point going into half.
Especially if you're in the cup, right? I'm sure you've been in that, and for those in the audience know. It's tough work. It's tough sledding out here for the cup, so give some love for those players. Cameron goal almost there for the catch. Megan Chu was the one delivering that one out into space. But Memorial going to have to work the full 70 again. No Dot on the field. No Beatty as well. A couple of the players that they relied on in the handler space. High Stall. Who else but Jenna Perry. Had that tip attempted catch earlier to a teammate.
Really coming up big on this point. It is a break opportunity for Memorial, but looking to cash in here.
As soon as they get that inside break, let's see if they can continue it to the break side, because right now they're getting a lot of inside shots, moving with pace here. Hodder gonna go around and tried to find Molly Breen, but now Waterloo's gonna have to work the full 70.
This will give a chance for Memorial to set their zone that we have seen them generate a few turns on, though.
Yeah, it's actually done to great effect. If they can continue to swing it and then find a popper downfield, that will work for them. But right now they'll get it stuck on the sideline, move it kind of laterally, but not as much movement downfield.
I think that's exactly what Memorial wants here, forcing as many throws as possible. If it's east to west, they'll live with it, but these big shots are the ones that are going to be some trouble for the team.
Witt was thrown to Guo. It's called not in. Guo now. That throw wasn't the prettiest throw, as you could hear from some of her teammates, but it will work out. Audrey Bond with the catch. Their heart just maybe skipped a beat there, but Waterloo does get the point and will take half.
It's not about how you do it. It's about if you do it. And they definitely got it done here. Might not have been the prettiest, but it works all the same and looks the same on this stat sheet.
Hey, we're back on serve here. Waterloo started out the first half here on offense, and Memorial will get their turn in the second half. This game ends at 3:35 local time, so not as much time left as you would like if you're a Memorial fan, but they will get it back on offense, and we'll bring you that action in a few minutes after this break. Second half action coming at you from beautiful Brampton, Ontario. The B Ultimate Showcase field here at Credit View Sandalwood Park. Theo Wan with Brendan Addibay bringing you the action. The Waterloo Warriors up 8-7 here in A bracket final matchup with the Memorial Seahawks. Been a back and forth first half, Brandon, and the Seahawks rattled off 3 breaks and were really feeling good, and now they're just giving up a turnover at midfield. McGregor was the receiver there trying to make a play.
A lot of things can happen. A lot of runs happen in the duration of a game. A lot of teams like to think of a 15-point game as a series of games to 3. So,
yeah, let me ask you about that. Does that work as a coach? Because you've coached a little bit now. I know that. Does that actually, do players buy into the game to 3? Is that something they buy into?
Yeah, especially the ones who are very competitive. Every single game of 3, you never want to lose a game, let alone a mini game. So a lot of players really buy into that idea, and it kind of helps break down games into not a huge thing, but rather just a smaller game.
Marine trying to make a catch here was bumped into and
lost an ear in the process.
Yeah, lost, I think, maybe multiple things. Definitely not intentional there, bumping into Michelle Nguyen.
Good to see she's up and all right. But now they'll be discussing any potential calls. Looking like they're discussing what the outcome will be here. If it's a foul, if it's an accepted foul, or whatnot.
This is where we need the observer's mic, you know what I'm saying, Brandon, because then we can hear what the discussion is going on. We can kind of predict what's happening, but let's see what conclusion comes out of it here. It's kind of halts the momentum for both sides, right? Because you're kind of into the game out of half, and then a little bit of the stoppage does throw things for a loop slightly.
It is a pretty important point in the game. We have an accepted foul ruled by the observer. Thank God for hand signals. Oh, and a slight change. It is going to be an injury sub along with the foul. So we are going to have potentially 2 new people coming into the fold as the injured player rolls off, and the opposing team has the option of bringing on someone new.
Yeah, Jenna Perry going to come in from Memorial. I'm always a big fan of, if the other team takes a sub, I think you should do the same just because you can get a fresh person on the field. Not everyone believes in that, of course. Every team has different strategies, but I kind of like that just to match up with that new fresh person because they're coming in a little bit more rested than some of the other players on the field.
For sure. Definitely a good idea to match fresh legs with fresh legs. And having that extra person who's able to run, especially on those long points, is such a treat to have, where you could run their offense through them.
Melville. Getting things going now as Waterloo still looking for some options, finding the aforementioned Melville, who's been a rock in the handler space. A little high release backhand. Will that be ruled in bounds? It is. Huang needs an option, finds one in Melville. Mentioned the disciplined vertical stack. They've had 3 handlers back. And that throw for Toronto's going to hit the turf. But they're choosing to go with that, as you mentioned. 4 people in the stack, in the end zone, and 3 out.
Definitely works for this team and this unit.
Young working give and go with McGregor. Now Perry, just so fast, can't even say their name because they're moving with such pace right now. Dodd looking for McGregor, but it's swatted away by Maggie Trong, captain on this team, playing with Incognito out of Toronto.
Yeah, this unit definitely likes their small unders, quick disc movement, opposed to the other line where we are seeing they're taking a few more expensive shots. As we have a call on the field.
Time running out on this game, only 11 minutes left. Christine Huang, Toro product with the Frisbee now. Strong has the throw batted away by Hannah Power. Great grab under traffic by Hodder. We see Memorial make a few of those grabs where it's been contested, but they're able to stick it through with one or two hands. Young needs something right now in a high stall, finds Maria Dodd. When they get that disc in the power position, Brandon, they don't really have a striker going deep, and that's kind of halting some of their offense here. Mostly been under so far.
Yeah, in the first half, they were finding a lot of joy on those unders, and we saw the line that valued the unders actually kind of helped the second line where Waterloo's looking to take away the unders, and now the deep space is now open. So it might be a case of that, trying to open up another part of their game by focusing on one part.
McGregor gets an easy reset to Jones. The defender not really in coverage, Jones. Another contested grab made by this Memorial side. Hannah Power spinning around. And it's caught by Waterloo. So a red zone possession for the Seahawks. And now an injury for Waterloo. Christine Huang coming off the field. Jenny Law going to come in her place.
So Memorial opted not to bring on a fresh set of legs. What are your thoughts on this one?
I already told you my thoughts earlier, Brandon. I like to see Memorial use someone in, get us some fresh legs. It's been a bit of a longer point. Multiple turnovers apiece.
Waterloo doing a good job here, even though they're in a vertical set, swinging it side to side, making Memorial have to chase the disc and cover a lot of ground.
Melville. Couple of receivers there, not in just yet for Kingsley. But we'll flip it in for the score. Wondering if they were in. They were. And Waterloo gets the break. Maddie E., member of Crash, getting the grab.
Great work from Waterloo to stick with it here and work the disc with some nice flow downfield.
So with 7 minutes left in the game, Memorial see if they can find an answer here. And they made it to the A final here, Brandon, but they will not be vying for a spot in the in Div 1 here.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. They've opted not to, even if they win this game, to go into the Div 1 bracket and rather focus on playing Division 2, looking to hone their skills and continue developing as a unit.
Extra day of competition for them. They took down TMU and followed that up with a victory over Queens, a team that's made nationals many years.
Yeah, Queens has, under their head coach, Paul Renault, I think last year was the first year they hadn't actually medaled under that coach, and it was a stretch that lasted at least 4 to 5 years. So Queens a powerhouse of the Division 1 college or university Canadian series.
And another shocker was in the same division. Toronto also not going to be in the top 8. So some wild scenes out here in Brampton. We like that. We like chaos. It's very March Madness-like, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, it's what you love to see with student athletes. Some players on Tula may not have been able to make it for Friday qualifiers, as some had midterms, but we like to see that students are focusing on their academics.
This is where the profs got to recognize, you know, hey, give the players, allow them to take the midterm elsewhere, you know. Come on, let them play. Let the kids play, you know.
Yeah, those deferred midterms are a lesson, but if schools aren't allowing it, it is what it is. Life goes on.
Yeah, but that's also where, as a team, you have to develop the depth of your roster, because you don't know necessarily with school commitments or other things happening, life commitments, who you're going to have. So you definitely want to make sure you work the depth of your roster throughout the season.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing, especially in the university scene. When those top players aren't performing at their best, who are you looking to? That middle of the roster for all top teams need to be there.
Jillian Zhu now finds Bond. And Liang making a tough grab with the left hand as Waterloo trying to keep things moving and get their third straight point. Second straight break. Big around to Zhu. What a throw from Bond. That's a nice throw, Brandon.
That was so nice. Putting so much touch on it around the mark. Their receiver had acres to catch it whenever they felt like it. Beautiful throw.
Four minutes left in this contest as a couple players in the area. Beatty making sure that sailed out of bounds. A foul is called, but from my perspective, I don't know if that catch would have been made because the disc was trailing out of bounds.
Yeah, it depends where the foul occurred, but it did look like it was Aaron on the side of out of bounds when the contact occurred. But it will be ruled as an accepted foul, so it will be coming in on the sideline for Waterloo.
Will retain possession for the Warriors. Bond been really a safe reset for this team in the backfield. Inside shot. Can they continue it to the break side? Instead it'll go back to Zhu. But that's swatted down by Memorial, coming through for the underblock. Morgan Hull. Players telling their teammates to take a deep breath here. Hull, some miscommunication with Beatty, and on the other side trying to make a play was Claire Fancy. But now real short field for Waterloo. Yoshida.
And speaking of taking a breath, Waterloo is going to do just that as they take a timeout right outside the end zone.
Yeah, I'm going to be straight up. I don't like that call. You had numbers. You had Memorial scrambling a little bit, and you decide to call a timeout. Allows their defense to reset. I feel like they had a lot of momentum with the short field turnover. Some players hanging their heads down, and you just want to punch and accentuate that break. That's my opinion, Brandon. You might have a different one.
I'm actually perfectly alongside you on this one, where all you need is one throw, and with such a turn at that manner in the game, you have an opportunity to really punch in and make use of heads being dropped on Memorial. Even if it's that split second, those crucial seconds in between a turn and then immediately striking are huge. And if you can capitalize on it, you take it 100% of the time. But we see they opt for a more chilled approach, really thinking about time as well, where it is running down in this game. They do have the lead. What they want is clean offense from here on throughout the rest of the game. So we are seeing an offset stack, vertical stack from Waterloo. 3 handlers back. I am a fan. I'm liking it.
Now that seems to be their go-to right now. We've talked a bit about it throughout the broadcast, but they've elected to go with that 4-person vertical stack downfield.
looks like the way the Yoshida is shaping up is looking only for a break side cut.
Yeah, inside break. That's what I'm thinking.
But
trying to go open side, but Memorial will get the block. So perhaps, maybe, hey, I'm just saying Waterloo maybe should have listened to us, because we were saying you got to punch that right in. And now Memorial's defense gets to set up a little bracket action, and they're going to retain possession here. Going to the turf for it was Swift. But then her throw for Morgan Hall, not there. Defense chats here from the Memorial sideline. Reset. Looking deep. Sailing over multiple heads. Was that Yoshida throw?
As the horn goes off in the distance, so that means what for the cap in this situation, Theo?
Yeah, the hard cap has gone off here, I believe, because it's been 80 minutes. So this will be the last point. They'll play it out. But Waterloo was already going to go to the Div 1, and they're going to want to do it in style here. Try to get a break to win. I think that's the kind of momentum you want here, is you want to ride in the top 8 with some style, get the break. That's been a long, grindy point.
Yeah, Division 1 games are an absolute grind, and getting ready for them with these Friday qualifier games is what you want to see. You want to see them finishing in the right manner.
And they do just that. Witt on the receiving end of that Yoshida throw. And Waterloo's going to take this contest 10-7.
Congratulations to Waterloo on making it to Div 1. Definitely deserved. And the UW chants finally make an appearance.
We were waiting for it.
Everyone in the crowd was waiting for it. All of you on the live streams, thank you for watching.
It's been a good one. And hey, don't go away, because in 25 minutes we got more action coming at you. 4 o'clock local time. Ottawa GG's McMaster Marauders going to go at it for a spot at Div 1 in the Open Division. Stay tuned for that. Brandon, it's been a pleasure. We're going to sign off now, and we'll see you at 4 o'clock local time.
love working with the team towards a common goal.
For the camaraderie.
Camaraderie and playing with my teammates.
I play for my team.
Teamwork and the connections that I can build on and off field.
For the community and the exercise.
Because of the community and the competition.
I like playing Ultimate Frisbee for the competition.
I play for the competition and the fun.
For fun.
Because fun.
I love getting to work hard.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Leave everything out here.
Every time I step on the field, I want to be a better player.
You know, give something people to talk about.
Be happy but never satisfied.
To step away from real life and focus on Frisbee.
I play because I love Ultimate.
Find your drive.
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 It's time to crown the last qualifiers here for Division 1 at the 2024 Canadian University Ultimate Championships. We got what I'm going to call a scintillating matchup between the McMaster Marauders and the Ottawa GGs. Theo Wan here with Brandon Adibay. And Brandon, when we looked at the schedule, this is a game I had potentially circled. Of course, these teams had to make it here. But now we have the matchup the people came to see.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see, especially on Friday qualifiers where both of the teams were in Division 1 last year, but only one of them is going to be able to have that opportunity this year. So definitely one people had circled.
And the thing, of course, for these two teams is they got some star power. We're going to highlight players on both sides, of course, throughout the broadcast. But to begin the game, Brandon, you have to pick one player, I know just one, from Ottawa. Who's the player to watch for Ottawa?
So Ottawa does have a strong team, but many TC players and along with high-level club players. But I'm going to opt for an option where some people do not know this player, and that player is Jaden Field, and you can see him walk into the line here. He is quick as a hiccup, as some like to describe him. He's looking to play some defense today, and he's going to be looking to shut down some of the better cutters or even handlers on this MAC squad.
I like that. You don't go for the low-hanging fruit, the Team Canada players. You're going a little out of the box. I'm going to go with number 17, Jared Wonder. He played for AFC a couple of years ago or with Rumble and then with Whiskey Jacks this past summer. More of a D-line player, but he's playing O-line for this McMaster team, and we're going to see what he can do as he tries to usher his squad back into Division 1. So if you have been following what's been happening, Ottawa did previously qualify here, Brandon, but due to some circumstances with the player that was not eligible, had to forfeit the bid they earned at Easterns. So now they have to fight through the Friday qualifier.
Yeah, so having to go through that Friday qualifier is not what you want to do, but here we are with an open and pull of the game.
Energy is high. People are excited, and here we go. A spot at Division 1 on the line here. Shakalar on the mark against center handler Ewan Bohm out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Low throw from Fletcher finds Jan Dick. Dick now looking deep. Looking for an Ottawa product. Mateo Marshall tried to elevate, but Theo Gobil denies that one.
Yeah, two boys who played juniors together. They were looking forward to this matchup. And Mateo Marshall is sporting a little bit of a cast on his left wrist. He does have a fractured backbone, but he's going to play through. It is Friday qualifiers. This is like the Stanley Cup. Everyone's injured and banged up, but everyone's going to play through it if they can.
Zipping inside shot, looking for Ryan Burns, but too hot to handle. Jan Dick, a second turnover here, looking for Jared Wonder. And perhaps, you know, I like to say, some nerves early going here. Both teams know what's on the line.
Yeah, they're trying to score quickly as possible, but maybe taking that extra breath will help them get a few better looking options.
Max Iad starting downfield now. Golbeal finding Caleb Shakalar. Good pressure from Wonder, but disc will stay in hands of the GGs, and now Iad. Iad a little scuba over to Roth Mooring. Mooring looking deep, and will sail over the head of his intended target, and Matisse Turgeonois. Roth Mooring, a member of the TC U20 mixed team, was a big-time player for them. You see his size, you often think of a player like that being downfield, but he's going to be in the handler space.
Oh, he is a center handler. He's picking up the disc any opportunity. He's someone who can get the disc to any part of the field with his break throws. He really likes to extend with backhand and arounds and even offhand high release lefties, which are tough to mark.
See if McMaster gets a movement downfield. Right now it's a lot of lateral movement between the handler set. Wonder now in power position, has Jan Dick going deep. Gonna look for number 75. And Dick can't come up with that one with two hands. So 3 turnovers now for McMaster on this first offensive point. And they have not gotten Caden Markle involved yet, number 61. Played this past summer with Scoop out of the New England area. The second team to dig there. Was previously on the DC Rally practice squad. Want to see him get involved. He was hunting for a block there, but it's going to go to Ryan Burns. Mooring. Golbeal now. You mentioned this Ignite connection. A lot of these players having played for that program. There's a lot of good stuff happening in the Ottawa junior scene on both the open and women's side here. Dick's going to get the block. No foul going to be called. You could see Mooring thinking about it, Brandon, but electing not to call the foul there.
That's the spirit we like to see. Thought about it, didn't stick with the call, lets the flow of play happen.
Dick going to go deep. Bohm thought about it, but there was a poach, so he's going to settle into the hands of Fletcher. Now Markle getting involved. He's wearing the multicolor visor so you can spot him. Bendy throw from Mateo Marshall is going to work out for our player to watch in Jared Wonder, who makes the catch.
Spectacular play and an even more spectacular name.
That's low-hanging fruit, Brandon. That's low-hanging fruit.
With a name that nice.
You're going to say it's wonderful. You're going to say that?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's wonderful, but it's definitely pretty good. So here's our first look at the Ottawa GG's O-line here. We got Taryn Ross.
Who's that?
Tremblay
La Rochelle, STL.
It looks beside him is Noah Berube with Gohar as well, Dion Paul, Logan Keeler, who is playing this game. He was fighting off an injury, but he's looking to play. And Marty Gallant from the Open Wuck team.
Yeah, that's who McMaster's going to have to contend with here. They had a couple players get U24 invites. I saw a picture on their Instagram, Jan Dick and Jacob McKee. Jacob McKee out on this defensive line. So those players trying to make the Team Canada squad, whereas Ottawa has a couple players that have played either at the U20 or even, as you mentioned, at the senior level with Marty Gallant. Marty Gallant has a claim to be one of the top, I'm going to say top 5 players in Canada right now at his young age. That's what I'm going to say on the open side.
Oh, he's definitely up there.
Brandon, I'm not sure he's going to crown him top 5 just yet, but the mileage that he got and the minutes he got at Worlds was pretty impressive, playing both ways for that team.
He was getting a lot of rave reviews from players like Quinn Finer from the American team, as well as some others. So we'll be looking here to see if he makes a big impact.
Keeler looking deep for Nicholas Gohar. And the celebration a little early from number 17, but that will work out.
Nice shot from Logan Keeler. Sailed it out. Gave just enough float for the player from, I believe it's Madison in America. So
Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
So nice to see. Here we see a similar looking D-line for the Ottawa GGs.
Yeah, they're going similar D-line right now.
Talking with Coach Luke Phelan, he was saying that they are looking to opt more for a bit of person-to-person defense instead of going to their usual sets. Part of it might be to hide it for if they do make it to Div 1, but also looking at the wind situation, it's not as windy as the typical Brampton weather, so looking more for playing person defense opposed to any tricky sets.
Yeah, you're used to this. Parkas out here. Gloves. Toques. We don't got that right now. The players are on short sleeves and shorts. They're loving life right now. And I think it's supposed to be like this all weekend, knock on wood. We're sitting on a bench.
Hey, long may it continue.
Max Ayad, a key part of this Ottawa team that went all the way to the USAU College National Championships, winning the Metro East against Cornell. You can catch that film on YouTube. And Max Ayad was a big part of that. And they're hoping that U.S. experience turns into Canadian success because they've yet to taste that gold medal feeling in Div 1. First of all, they got to get there.
True. Getting there is sometimes the toughest part. Having to build a program that's competing for multiple years is a tough ask, especially with what they have done, which is medal for 2 years in a row.
Markle made a spectacular grab amongst many bodies, but that throw to Dick a little too far. So Ottawa, their offensive point, they had a clean hold. McMaster has had 4 turnovers now with their offensive line. And clearly they have done some scouting because they put Mooring on that Jandik matchup. 2 big bodies going at it. And Fletcher's going to come in for the block. You got to go through the disc. Fletcher denies it instead. Wonder. Moving things over to Minish. Minish, another product of Team Manitoba, along with his teammate Ewan Bohm. Marshall now had a bendy backhand earlier. Going to go inside shot now. Fletcher finds Wonder, and Wonder gets the second goal of the game.
Doesn't appear that the GGs are getting the defensive pressure they want from their look, so they might have to alter what they're looking at here going into the next points.
Because that first turnover really was more unforced. Markle was trying to hit Dick, but it was just a little too far. It wasn't necessarily the pressure from Ottawa that generated that turnover.
Yeah, for sure. Not the greatest at putting them in a position of disadvantage. However, they did get the turn. And a blue card is being issued to Jaden Fielden on that from the play where there was a bit of contact. The observer deeming that he might have come in a bit late.
Sandra Hansen, the observer there. One thing I'm noticing here with McMaster is they have the clipboard out, and so clearly, and talking to their coaches, they have scouting matchups. They know who they want. They have it on a clipboard who's the Ottawa offensive line and who they kind of want to key in on. So you like that advanced scouting out here, Brandon, from McMaster. I love it.
Yeah, a lot of these McMaster players, a couple of them played Grand Trunk this year, and Grand Trunk had a couple big games against Phoenix out of Ottawa. So a lot of crossover from those two teams in this game and on this line specifically.
Yeah, I can see 2 GT players right now in Monroy and McKee jogging down the field. McKee now setting the mark. Berube finds Gallant. Gallant thought about the huck, instead finds Dion Paul. Paul and Gallant marking similar hairstyles for this game. That's something we definitely have to take a note of. You just can't help but notice it, Brandon. I had to say it. It was going to come out at some point.
Yeah, the cornrows are being sported by a few players here. Dion Paul, Marty Gallant, Max Ayad on the D-line, and Taryn Ross to the left of your screen has a little something extra under his hat. You might see it with one of his signature layout bids if he loses that there.
Liam Feldman had some great pressure there from McMaster on the reset of Gallant. He's drawing that matchup right now. Keeler working against Monroy. Resetting it to STL, Samuel Tremblay-La Rochelle. Keeler just burning his matchup in Monroy, just working all the way laterally. The TCU 24 mixed player now squeaks it in to Gallant for the score, and a big spike as Gallant stares down his opponent there. He's fired up right now, folks.
As he should be. There was a bit of contact at that front cone. Marty Gallant did beat his man to the cone, but there was still contact after, so extenuating that point with a big spike. Hopefully this game doesn't get too chippy.
We definitely don't want it to get out of hand for sure.
It looks like that will be an isolated part of this game.
We are hoping for that.
So new look D-line here. Some new additions from the previous two lines. I think only one player has changed, and that is Edouard Simon Tessier. And he has a small stature, but he's an absolute fireball. I have had the opportunity to coach him on Auto Scorch, and he is one of the most infamous players coming out of Scorch, because this year Scorch and Ignite had a bit of a scrimmage, and on Universe, it was Universe point, D point, and Edouard had a layout block that forced a turnover, and then went in and scored, and Scorch beat Ignite. So
hey, I like that.
Bringing that experience to the university scene, he's an absolute fireball, and he's been playing O-line and D-line for this Ottawa GG's team. We'll see how he fares.
I mean, we've seen that. I mean, if you look at Marty Gallant and Logan Keeler, not the tallest players on the field either, and they're just burning up their matchups. So then you have in contrast to some of the tallest players on the field and Mooring versus Dick. That same matchup's going to continue. You know that. Dick looking deep for Wonder. Is this going to be too far? Clap catch effort, but on the follow through down to the ground, it's going to be a turnover. You heard some cheers from the sideline, but a little premature there. Great effort from Wonder. Felding's going to grab that one.
Yeah, Jaden Fielding coming down with the disc after it did escape the grasp of another teammate.
Markle on the mark here against Torjan Waugh. Waugh's going to get the around over to Ayad. Ayad's going to power this defensive line right now. Shakalar now. Little scoober over to Mooring as Ottawa trying to get the first break of the contest. All holds so far. Big around from Mooring. He's going to find Max Ayad for the Ottawa break. 41-83.
There's that break. They changed a little bit going on the D-line. A few sloughs in the lane, a bit more helping, but also tight defense downfield.
I have a feeling, Mac, I think they're going to run that same offensive line. You see, we talked about this in the other stream. The players on the sideline coming to console the O-line, give them high fives, make sure they're good to go. But a lot of the same players are going to come out on the field. Marshall, Fletcher, Bohm, Wonder, Dick, Minish, and Markle. So the exact same offensive line coming out there for McMaster.
Yeah.
That throw, it was a good look. It's just perhaps a little too blady, a little too far for Wonder, but he had the hands on it.
Yeah, sometimes going for the double clap catch on a layout, the disc does tend to pop out if there is contact on the ground. So tough look, but a nice effort to try to secure the disc.
McMaster is 0-1 against this Ottawa team, and they know they've learned a lot from that matchup. They garnered some matchups, as you can see on their defensive line when they had their clipboard out. So this is, I don't want to say it's a rivalry just yet because they don't play each other enough, but I'm sure over time it could be. Generally, those are reserved for teams kind of in the same area, so your Ottawa-Carleton battles. I know there's a big Panda football game over there.
Oh, yeah. Carleton did end up playing a little Panda game here today against the GGs. And it was a close game in the first half. It was 6-8 at half with the GGs being up. But GGs, as you can see, pulled out the game and are here in this game.
So Logan Keeler and Marty Gallant joining this defensive line right now. So a little power line move, some crossover. Markle now Over to Dick. Dick can handle. He can also cut. So let's see how McMaster continues to utilize him. But a misconnection between Marshall and Markle. And McMaster's offensive line has not yet to had a clean offensive point. They've had turnovers on every point that their offense has been on the field. Trying by La Rochelle over to Gallant. Little lefty shot to Keeler. Keeler will hit his target in the end zone. Theo Gobel and Ottawa rolling right now. They've got 3 straight.
And Theo Gobel definitely goes with a head spike and definitely firing up the boys for the Ottawa GGs. 2 breaks in a row, but McMaster, as you can see, their team is together. They're together, and despite the breaks, they called the timeout, it would appear, and they're going to regroup here.
Yeah, Gabriel Yu, Ben Belanger, Albert Mack, the 3-headed coaching staff for McMaster, trying to settle things down here as they take a timeout, and we're going to do the same. We're back here, more first half action coming at you. Ottawa, the GGs. They've gone 3 points in a row, 2 breaks and a hold to go up 4-2, doubling up this McMaster side. Both of these teams have made to Division I last year, and, well, hey, do the math. One of them's not going to be in this year, Brandon. That's what's going to happen. So McMaster, their offensive line coming out for their 3rd consecutive point here. Do you like that strategy, Coach?
It does inspire a lot of confidence from the coaching staff to those offensive players. Will it go the way they want? We will see, but I think it's a really good thing to boost their confidence. So we see a double slough here from Ottawa, looking to get it out to a sideline.
Fletcher, a little shimmy move, a little push pass over
and it's
the
a
ball.
bit of a dominator from McMaster. I know last year they would do this anytime their offense was having a bit of trouble to kind of steady it through a few players. Looking to do the same thing here.
Yeah, you got to have the cutters take people out of the play, though, which is what Wonder was doing. Dick looking for Wonder now. Doorstep for McMaster. Wonder's going to hit Mateo Marshall, put the Jets on for that score. You like to see them stop some of that Ottawa momentum, at least for now.
Yeah, McMaster definitely capitalizing on their agile handlers as well as those cutters who can get open in split seconds. They had a couple go to the end zone there, and they ended up hitting Mateo Marshall for the score.
And that's a huge timeout call. You call the timeout, you get the hold, and hey, some of the big-time players for Mac, they're not coming off the field. We've talked about Markle, we've talked about Dick here, Brandon, and looks like at least momentarily they're going to be on the field still. So, hey, they're calling on the big guns. You got to get the job done right now if you want to get a bid to Div 1.
Yeah, it's always about getting it done as early as possible. Later, as the game goes on, it becomes tougher. A lot of things out of your control. So they're trying to take control of this game sooner rather than later here.
They did start on offense. if you're just tuning in. So Owen Bruce played on Crux, a mixed team of Hamilton this summer, is on the field. He's set to pull. Miki is out there along with Dick. Monroy, Markle, and a couple other McMaster players. Just can't see their numbers from here. Mateo Amendolia is out on the field as well for McMaster. And Alex Beharrell played on Chain Reaction. We gave a shout out to Chain Reaction earlier. He's also out on the field for this Marauders side.
Love to see Chain Reaction producing so much young talent in this year, especially at CUUC.
Markle, big mark against Galong. Now it's over in the hands of Dion Paul. One of the many members of this Phoenix team, or the second Ottawa Open team out there. Ross flips it out over to STL for the score.
Definitely some good flow coming out of the GGs. They do like to work out of that split stack, and then they went with some nice flow continuing and hitting STL, as you said, in the end zone.
I mean, his brother Alex Trombe La Rochelle has the best nickname ever. His parents, they knew what they were doing, calling him ATL. That's the best. That's got to be the best, right? I guess STL too, St. Louis, but you know.
Hey, Atlanta versus St. Louis, who takes it?
Who's the better brother? That's the question that people are gonna want to know.
Well, they both played on Ottawa Crank and both on the GGs, so if STL can get this team to Division I and get another medal, I think he might topple his brother's count.
I know his brother's not gonna like that. Might write it in the chat, but you know, put your comments in there if you do feel so inclined. We thank you for tuning into the stream once again. This is the final stream of today, but we got a few more tomorrow and then 4 on Sunday, so more action to come here on the Ultimate Canada YouTube page. Your coach Luke Phelan mentioned that you have timeouts if you do so want to use them. Hey, the cheers are loud and proud right here for the GGs. Max Ayad starting that. He's an energy starter for this team.
He does like to get the boys going as he does, especially with these chants.
It puts a lot of pressure. Jan Dick, excuse me. Walking the line here, finding Marshall. Can they get it off this sideline, though? Finding Fletcher, and now he'll find Bohm. Like to see them get it off that sideline. Certainly don't want to be trapped with some of the tall marks out there for Ottawa, like Turgeon Waugh. Wonder now a few yards away. We'll hit Marshall for the score, and so 2 clean holds. Wonder to Marshall both times now off that timeout. So McMaster starting to settle things in here.
Yeah, really is starting to settle down from the early start we saw, where a couple of turnovers on their O-line. Cleaned it up now. Really having good flow downfield, hitting the options when they're available, and being patient when they aren't available.
Yeah, it's power line time for McMaster. They're really trying to put all the chips on the table here. Marshall's back out on the field. Wonder, Markle. So a few of those offensive players along with some D-line stalwarts, and Beharrell, McKee, Monroy, and Bruce. So I think you're going to hear a lot of the same names. I think that's going to be emblematic of both sides, but certainly for McMaster, they're choosing to go a tighter bench because, yes, you're playing for Div 1. You got to throw it all on the table right now. You can rest tonight.
There's time at the hotel. Get your ice baths in, stretches, foam roll, do what you need, but it's win now time. So McMaster is doing everything they need, which in their minds is crossing over their best players onto the D-line in hopes of getting a break.
Yeah, they don't have one of their big-time players in number 7, Ryota Udo. He is injured or not playing. He's pacing the sidelines, though, trying to help out his team. Super athletic player, just not able to suit up for this McMaster side. And sometimes that's what happens. The team gets hit with the injury bug, and sometimes it can affect your chances, but that's where you dial into the team's depth. Gallant takes that pull high. It's going to draw that Markle matchup. Ross going deep, working against Marshall. But disc will still rest in the hands of Ottawa. Big fake shaking McKee out of his boots. Bruce stalling from a pretty far distance on Paul. Setting the mark. Inside shot over to Tremblay La Rochelle. Berube going up line. He's going to go with a Blady backhand to Paul. That is not the look I don't think that Luke Phelan would want, because Galan was kind of open in the end zone. Instead, he goes with the Blady backhand.
Yeah, he looked off that first option. Might not have been as open as he would have wanted, but then the stall count rose, so he had to settle for a secondary option.
But Harrell now, the rookie from the Durham region, set to pick up.
Looking to initiate from 3 in the horizontal stack with Mateo Marshall.
And the disc evades the hands of Bruce. He couldn't believe it. And you heard someone say boosted, but instead it's going to be under turnover, and that's critical error at this juncture of the game. I know it's still a little bit early, but you're not going to get a lot of opportunities with this Ottawa O-line. Keeler finds Galan. Galan's going to have a nose for the end zone, folks, and he gets the score. 4th assist for Nolan Keeler already.
He's definitely a big player for this U Ottawa GG's team, and when the lights shine brightest, especially in these games here in Brampton, he's always at his best, given what the team needs.
You know what? You just gave me an idea. That's what we need. Nighttime Friday. It would be too much. It would be too much to do a nighttime Friday qualifier, because I guess they would have to play early morning Saturday, but wouldn't it be fun having some Friday qualifier games under the true lights?
Yeah, maybe have one of those games be a late game and then the following day they get a bit of a rest. I think that would be a nice spectator's occasion.
Yeah, spectator's dream right there. Luke Phelan, the coach right here, was named the Huckinaw Coach of the Year in 2022, and that's when Ottawa made it all the way to the final, coming in 2nd. So they've got a silver to their name in recent years and a bronze. They're hoping to add that gold. There's a couple teams standing in their way. The number 1 seed in the division is Toronto, who had a remarkable run this year, because they were kind of a nondescript team in D2 last year, Brandon. I hate to say it for the Toronto fans in the audience, but they had some great games against Queens, a couple W's. They won Easterns, and they get the number 1 seed. So people are going to be chasing after them, and of course the defending champs, Queens. Victoria's out here, and you can't ever discount Manitoba.
True, true. A lot of good teams already in Division 1. These 2 teams here are looking to join them.
Miscommunication. Iad's going to get the poach block and see if they can punish it quickly, and they do just that. Gobey on the receiving end, and a quick turnover, and that's how fast the momentum can change.
That Gobey already added another goal to his tally on this game from the D-line's perspective. And it appears it's going to be a similar looking line to the last point, as they got it quickly.
Yeah, you don't need to change anything. You got the block. There's some miscommunication. They're looking for Wonder on the under.
Yeah, Max Iad definitely reading that play a bit better, beating him to the under and then getting the D.
It can't be understated the experience they got in the U.S. series. For a lot of these Canadian university teams, they did not play in the spring, and if they do, it's kind of the 4-on-4 series. But this Ottawa team got to practice outside, even if for a couple times. They had to play conferences, regionals, and then, of course, on the national stage, where they're playing against some really good American teams with some U24 players and just a lot of club experience. So I don't think it can be understated what Ottawa got from this past spring.
Yeah, it's a huge experience. From someone who's also been there, I can say the conferences and regionals is such a grind, and you need every single player who is available to put in a shift. And I believe U Ottawa had a smaller team go down there.
Some people writing exams had to go in the next day. Like, there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, we love to see it from student athletes once again. However, that type of experience you don't get very often. So they took it in stride, played against programs where they had depth from 1 to 26 on their roster, and learned more styles of play.
The Oyo shot from Marshall is going to be dropped by Wonder. A tough catch. That's a new style of throw that a lot of people have in their throwing kit here. But now this is very dangerous territory. McKee on the mark, crossing over from the D-line. Mooring going around. Ayad will run that out. Trying to double up Mack at half here. Going cross field. What a shot from number 83. Gobey on the receiving end once again, and Ottawa taking half 8-4.
Definitely what you want to see if you were a Gigi's fan in the stream today. A little bit of a slower start than what they're accustomed to, but they definitely stepped it up going into this half.
Using their depth too, not having to go to Logan, Kilo, or Marty Gallant. They got the, I don't know if that's a turnover chain, assist chain. Trying to take that from the football side of things, but we love the energy right now that Ottawa's bringing. McMaster and their coaching staff going to be searching for some answers here in the second half. We'll be back in a few minutes to bring you the conclusion of this great contest. Second half action coming at you from beautiful Brampton, Ontario. The Ottawa GGs up 8-4 on the McMaster Marauders. A spot to Division 1 on the line here in the open division. Theo Wan here with Brendan Adibay. And Brandon, Ottawa, they've doubled up McMaster. What's led to their success so far?
Yeah, so it's a mix of, first off, capitalizing on any errors that Mac had. And secondly, kind of taking away that first option that McMaster was looking to hit. So we saw that the GGs were sloughing the lanes, which pushed throws out to the outside, which took away a lot of the pull plays. And once your pull play is taken away, you're basically relying on flow, and it's a bit harder to coordinate flow as opposed to drawing up a play and saying, this is where we're going to attack from, this is where we're going to continue. So looking at a GG's perspective, that's what they did well to kind of take control of this game.
McMaster searching for some answers here. Bruce winding up, getting ready for this pull. It's going to be power lines the rest of the way for the team out of Hamilton, as they're trying to make their way back into this contest. 5 offensive line players on the field for them right now, along with Owen Bruce and Jacob McKee. And speaking of McKee, he gave an impassioned speech that we could hear from across the field to try to ignite his team.
Yeah, and that just speaks to his character. This year, even last year when he was a part of Mac, he was a big spiritual presence, giving a lot of sideline on Grand Trunk this year. Even when he was injured, I think he had a broken foot on the sideline. He was still giving his heart and his voice to his teammates. And now during the halftime interval, what you saw was he was firing up the team. He was basically saying he didn't wait 5 years for this moment to let it go. And he's been a big part of this McMaster program for numbers of years. And just great to see much level of passion coming out of their players.
We'll give go action with Galan and STL. And Galan's going to find the end zone. It's too quick right now for this Ottawa offense. Keeler, another assist, and Galan going to tally another point, his third of the day, or excuse me, of the game.
That is a pretty tough look when you cross over so many players, and now they have to do the long walk across the field. A few of their players looking dejected already, with Mateo Marshall being one of them. Looking to score quickly and hold on their offensive point now. These players on McMaster have built their program and not making any mistakes offensively and being a very strategic team on defense. So I think they're far from done with pushing in this game, and there's more to come from this McMaster squad.
Game started at 4 o'clock local, so this half ended pretty quickly. These points are coming fast and furious. So there's still 40 minutes by my count in this game. Lots of time for a comeback. We saw, if you watch the stream all day, you know I'm going to say this again, but Waterloo was down, or was up 5-1 on Laurier, and Laurier made a comeback and won 11-9. Certainly doable, but you can't be bleeding points offensively. So we'll see how they do on this next possession of their offense. Fletcher now receiving the pull. Traditional person look here with some sloughs in the lane, though, for Ottawa instead of a more zony look, which they've done before. Great bid attempt from Ayad, but now it's Wonders free. Minish working with Wonder now.
And here you can see the GG is employing a force middle tactic, which you can hear from the sideline with them calling out the forces as the disc moves from side to side.
You can see McMaster doing the best Ottawa impression, going quite quickly on their offense here. The team from the Hammer trying to get this point, stem some of the Ottawa momentum. Marshall working with Bohm, and that will work out for the Marauders.
And just what you want to see out of McMaster. Nice hold, not too much time used up, and a nice clean hold.
They have generated a little bit of pressure on the Ottawa offensive line, but I would say, for the most part, from my vantage point, Ottawa's line has not been really tested. And so what are they going to employ defensively to try to make that happen? They've tried to stack the defensive line, but we saw in that last point it was quite quick movement from this Ottawa side that sliced right through.
I think somehow McMaster's is going to have to find a way to get more people involved in this game, because the way this is going, they will not have the legs to sustain this, especially with crossing over so many people. Maybe throwing out a zone to give the GGs a different look, slow down those fast players like Logan Keeler and Martin Gallant. Might be a look for them to try going forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I see 4 offensive line players out on the field for them. Bruce is still out there as a defensive line player. Same thing with McKee. Feldman as well. Number 24 in white for McMaster. I think it just starts with 1. It's 9-5 right now. If you feel like you can get one break, it starts to instill some belief right now that you can break this Ottawa offense. Right now they have yet to do so. And so it's this thing they're just knocking at the door to try to accomplish. Ross churning yards underneath, working against Bruce. And now Tremblay-La Rochelle does the same to Marshall. The speed at which Ottawa's operating right now is unmatched. And Gallant's going to float up this throw, but it's taken away. So they're going fast and then throwing up that throw, and it's not going to work out.
This is where, if you're a McMaster player, you have to slow down the heart rate, make the right decisions, calm it down. Your players have played a lot of points over here. You're going to have to find a way to punch in, because turnovers have not been coming too often on this Ottawa GG's O-line.
Yeah, turnover in the red zone earlier. Markle's going to air this one out, open up the shoulder. Marshall, two-hand dunk. Going to keep possession now in the red zone. It hits McKee, avoiding a bidding defender, and McMaster gets the break that they needed. Hey, it's not over. It's not over. That's what McMaster's saying right now.
It's never over until the final point, once that horn goes and the last point is scored. But now if you're McMaster, you can see this is attainable to get breaks. This is the first time we really saw the Ottawa GG's O-line turn it over pretty cleanly at that. So looking for much of the same. And it appears that they are going to go with a similar line again.
Yeah, the lines are tightening out for McMaster. I know the coaching strategy here. It makes sense. They're going to really shorten up the squad. It looks like basically the same line. I think there's one new addition, and looking like it was a new addition in Parker Miller, but he's being ushered off the field. So Marshall's still out there. Bohm, Wonder, McKee, Dick, Markle, and Owen Bruce. So essentially the same line out there. If they get another break, we'll be curious to see what then happens. But hey, you got to stack up some breaks right now. The score is 9-6.
Nice. Very nice to see. And the GG's going for a horizontal set to start here instead of their traditional split stack.
Markle barking out the stalls here close to this sideline. Came up empty. Maybe try and do a little intimidation tactic here. Gallant just burning Markle into the end zone, and then we'll throw the assist to Tremblay-La Rochelle. That's how you respond if you're a GG out there.
Exactly what you want to see. No breaks come in, pardon me, but breaks only going one at a time.
Twos, ones?
Definitely want to stop it there if you're on the O-line, so nice to see from a GG's perspective. But looking at Mac now, having to play more points with this Titan line, it's going to be a grind for them looking to execute at a higher level, because no matter what, you're going to need to hold on offense if you want a chance in this game. They'll eventually get chances to get breaks on the D-line, but you have to find a way to hold.
Monroy has made his way, a member of GT, has made its way to the offensive line here. Carlo Fletcher as well, an offensive line stalwart, is still on the field. And then a lot of those players that just crossed over, as you mentioned, playing multiple points in a row, are now out there. Well conditioned are these student athletes out here, and they're going to play multiple points in a row. I'm not going to say this is their season, because there of course is Division II, but for teams that have those Division I aspirations, it almost feels like it at this point.
Still a bunch of frisbee to be played.
Nice little lefty to Carlo Fletcher. Fletcher's going to keep things going over to Wonder. Monroy. Needs a reset. Finds Bohm slashing against Shakalar. Now Markle on the open side. About 10 yards away. That's going to be picked off by the GGs. Throwing it into a poach. And a real tipping point of this game now. Shakalar playing with chain reaction. Their junior MVP just had the disc, and now things moving forward over to Fielding. Nice little inside throw to Gobey, and now Mooring with it. Mooring going to hang out this throw, but defender not close to the area. Fielding now needs a reset. Nice little bendy backhand over to Ayad. Ayad has a bevy of fakes, but there's a defender on the turf, and that's Markle. He's going to call a foul. This is must stop right now for McMaster with the time the way it is.
Yeah, time is definitely running out here, but you can't keep allowing points to be put up on the board for the GGs to have a good chance at winning this game.
Injury called by Caden Markle. And Ottawa's going to oblige Coach Luke Phelan and say, hey, I'm going to put Marty Galan on the field now. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, they might look to isolate him in the end zone or Teo Gobey.
Oh, a French tail. I like it. Teo Gobey. We're going to go with that for the rest of the stream. I like that. Mooring. That throw going to go off the right hand. McKee has also joined the field here for McMaster. Monroy inside to McKee. Wonder under the pressure of Ayad's going to stick with it. Up the line is Bohm, torching his defender. Mere yards away. Wonder going around the horn of Monroy, still not in the end zone. Two Ignite teammates going at it in Marshall and Mooring. Monroy going to squeeze it in. We'll find McKee. So McMaster gets the hold that they need.
Yeah, the injury sub, McKee definitely coming into play, using his fresh legs to be able to score in that end zone. And a U Ottawa end zone turnover leaves open the door for McMaster to come down the other way. So nice to see them convert on a miscue.
Sometimes that stoppage stops some of that momentum, right? And then it results in that short field or that turnover in the attacking part of the field.
Yes, for sure. And sometimes that's to the benefit of the defense, and sometimes that helps the offense calm things down. In that case, it was looking more like the latter.
So we're seeing a little bit of the roster opening up for McMaster, putting on some other players. Like Bejarro's out there now, and Feldman. So they're saying, hey, we can't just go O-line crossovers the whole time. So they're hoping that they can get a break here and then put on some of those O-line crossovers to get a second in a row. Still down 3 points right now, 10-7 the scoreline. Bruce set to pull, and another point is off here in Brampton, Ontario at the B Ultimate Showcase field. Gallant centering it over to Berube. STL now finding Taryn Ross. Ross had Nicolas Gohar going deep, but now it's a big under to Keeler. Huge yards. Give and go action here. Berube now thought about hitting Paul, but instead will go with the backhand over to Gallant. Little lefty shot finds Gohar for the score.
Ottawa gets a nice clean hold, definitely slowing things down in terms of the momentum for McMaster here.
It just looks like a game of contrast right now. Ottawa has to work. It seems like it from my perspective, Brandon. They don't have to work as hard offensively. It looks like their master offensive points have been a little bit more laborious compared to Ottawa's. Ottawa's offensive line has been working with such speed and precision right now. It's just so hard for the D to adjust to that.
Yeah, so the Ottawa O-line has been playing together for quite a bit of time. They've had those extra reps in the U.S. series for college, and a lot of them played together on either Phoenix or Phoenix, so it allows them to have a bit more chemistry going forward and allows them to click on a good level offensively.
Certainly when the draw came out, McMaster was not pleased to see that they were in the same bracket as Ottawa. So Guelph, by virtue of their victory over Western, got themselves a bid from the drop bid from Ottawa. So McMaster actually has not lost to Guelph, but it's not how it works, right? It's the next team up, and that was Guelph. So McMaster has to fight through the qualifier. Certainly some may feel that is unjust, but that's just how the rules go. And they came third at Steeltown, fourth at Easterns. And they're trying to turn this into a bid, but they're going to have to do some heavy lifting right now. Does this Hamilton group?
Definitely running a bit low on time here, but they have shown that they are able to get it going.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dick took so long to grab the pole. Now he's running with the disc, but I'm not sure why they're wasting so much time right now. Big poach coming from Simo Tessier. But now it's over in the hands of McKee. McKee has made his way onto the offensive line now. Marshall. Looking deep for Dick. There's a couple players there. But Wonder is going to grab the disc. I think it's a play on. A little open side nifty backhand from number 75. Finds Wonder for the goal.
He is definitely a gifted thrower. He enjoys his fours, and a lot of spicy throws might come out, and that is just one that you might see out of Dick.
It's the bendy IO backhand on the open side. Hey, who needs to step up for the flick, right?
Hey, flicks are overrated. Just throw a push pass or that throw.
Or a hammer. Just do that.
So
Dick going to get a rest here. He's not going to be on the field. But Bohm certainly is, and McKee.
A lot of familiar faces on this D-line, looking to dig deep and find a way through this Ottawa O-line.
They've reduced it to a 3-point game, but they just can't seem to get that crucial break to bring it within 2. That will start to instill some belief and maybe some doubt on the Ottawa side. Certainly the teams in Div 1 that are awaiting whoever wins are going to have a tough time because both of these teams are battle tested and both of these teams have a lot of talent.
but no doubt they will be watching on to see, have a bit more information on these teams that they will be playing against, or potentially playing against, rather.
Miscommunication with Gohar and Paul, and this is what McMaster needed. Can't waste this opportunity now. You got offensive players on the field like Bohm and Wonder, who's in the backfield space right now. Markle finding Wonder now. Power position. Had Marshall going deep, and Bruce thought about it too, so too many people in that space. Bruce needs something. He's going to have to just air this out to no one.
Hey, let's get this.
And Logan Keeler saying, "Where'd the disco?" doing some little animation. His defensive pressure there on Bohm was what made that block by the team happen.
Yeah, a lot of these guys on the O-line for the GGs are actually D-line players who excel at offense. So anytime there is a turn, they're more than capable of getting it back. And we saw a lot of shutdown defense there, forcing a high stall huck to the end zone.
To the end zone and no one in sight. Ross is going to airmail this one. It's a jackpot, folks. Lots of players in the area. Will this even stay in bounds? It will. Gallant comes down with it. We talked about small stature. He's the smallest one in stature, but he comes down with it. Woo!
And for some reason, they are arguing that he caught that out of bounds. From this vantage point, it looked like he was in, and they're going to observer Ethan Lang.
This is a big call out here for the youngster.
Retracted, and it is a confirmed goal. Hailing from all the way in Moncton, coming out to Ottawa, and now been playing on the WUC team. Marty is such an amazing player, so it's nice to see that one was not called back, but a retracted call, showing some good spirit.
Yeah, I'm going to put this out there. I know there's people listening. World Games?
He's definitely in the equation.
World Games?
So with what he's shown here and as well this past summer, he has to be in the conversation, but don't get paid to make those decisions. So, but
hey, I'm calling it now. He's gonna make the World Games team. I'm calling it now.
Would love to see
I don't know if that's a hot take, but I'm gonna put it out there in the universe.
So McMaster looking to find their way back into this game with a clean hold potentially, and U Ottawa is countering with their pretty regular D-line.
Yeah, standard D-line looks like. Definitely some players from Ottawa that haven't seen the field, but hey, things tighten up in these situations. But Harrell out on this offensive line. He was a goal hunter for chain reaction. Markle has Wonder poached. No one in the area. Monroy will catch that one, and that's what you need if you're the team from Hamilton. You need the quick holds.
That's exactly what you want. Blown coverage downfield by the GGs, and the McMaster side took full advantage.
McMaster out here trying to orchestrate a break. Can they do it? That's the question right now, because they're continuing to have this 3-point deficit, trying to trim it to 2. They had a chance last time, but great defense from Logan Keeler in the handler space made a throw just go into the end zone to no one. So can they do it once more? Ottawa's not going to give you many turnovers. Like we keep saying that.
Clean offense leads to a lot of good games and a lot of wins. And that was indeed a great toss.
That's a pull you need as well. Keeler back in the handler space. Gallant hucking this one. Looking for STL.
And there was just a bit of a piece, as Markle definitely indicates to the camera. Just enough to put it out of the distance of STL on his ongoing run.
So now essentially your offensive line on the field with a couple D-line stalwarts. This is where you really got to go to work here. Dick thinking about the huck. He's going to do just that. Evades the arms of Taryn Ross. Marshall working against Paul, but Paul will get the block. Took inside position. Tremblay La Rochelle working with Keeler. Some quick give and go action. Not in just yet. Ease of throws there from Marty Gallant, that just around. Not in just yet. Berube. Little 7 cut from Keeler is going to work out.
So hard to mark those players, especially at the front of the end zone. So agile, so quick. McMaster trying their best, but definitely some tired legs piling up now. Looking to stay in this game, but time is running out.
Game is set to end at 5:20 local time, so about 16 minutes by my count.
Might not need all of that time, however, with the score of the GGs getting up there.
Yeah, if you're the GGs, you don't want this to go to time. You want to win this emphatically by 15. And then, hey, ride home. Well, not home, into the hotel or Airbnb. Get the ice bath, get some nutrition in, and then get ready for tomorrow's competition.
Going to have to wake up bright and early if they are to make it into Div 1.
What time do the games start tomorrow?
8:30.
8:30. All right. You got to be at the fields at what, 7:30?
That's what the good teams do.
Or 7. Maybe you go 7:15.
And the GGs are doing a classic soccer chant once again here. With it's usually give us the ball back, but changing it to give us the disc back. Very creative.
Ottawa been doing a lot of that poaching look on the open side lane. Beharrell now. Has Dick going up the line. Foot in bounds. Squats down for the flick, finding Marshall. That's easy offense from McMaster. But I keep saying it, can they get the breaks? That's what they need right now.
Mateo Marshall definitely filling up the stat sheet here with another goal.
3 goals, 2 assists for the first-year player. (13-10) game to 15. Will Ottawa use the timeouts? You know, I'm not going to say that they should do it. I'm not promoting that, but certainly some teams, when time becomes a factor, may delve into the pocket of timeouts, is all I'm going to say.
Hey, in football, they ice the game, and you do what you need to do to win. I do not think Ottawa will look to do that, though. Knowing Luke Phelan as the coach, he would much rather win outright and really set the tone for tomorrow's games.
Bruce been the main polar for this McMaster group. Will do so once again. This will be sent in the hands of Noah Berube.
And a classic split stack play with a twist here. isolating Martin Gallant.
Keeler now working against Feldman. Now trying to play La Rochelle. Easy around to Keeler. Gallant airing this one out for Berube. And Ottawa 1 point away from the win. McMaster's been inching closer, trying, but they just can't convert a break. Have yet to break this Ottawa team. They've had chances, Brandon, but just not able to do it.
Yeah, it's a very hard team to convert breaks on. You do see they turn it over on very few occasions, and then the occasions they do, they also play really good defense to get it back. So McMaster, if they are to win, they're going to have to hold here and then find a way to rattle off multiple breaks in a row.
A tall task, but if you're this team, you got to just think about the current point.
I think McMaster is a team that they'll relish that opportunity and they won't just give in, but they'll actually look to elevate their game to try to get breaks.
Certainly, if this result stands and the scoreline holds the way it is, they'll be a tough out in Division 2. I know there's a lot of teams vying for that spot. Guelph won Div 2 last year, now moved up to D1 this year.
Yeah, they're actually watching on the far side.
Few fans sprinkling the area here. That's not how you want to catch a pole right now. Allowing the Ottawa defense to set up. Dick going to air this out. Blown coverage again. Wonder has gone free multiple times in the deep space.
One has to wonder, how does he keep getting open?
I don't know how he does it, but he's going to throw in the score to Markle. McMaster's last 4 holds have been clean. It's just they can't generate enough defensive pressure. That's been their issue. They've had a very good offensive half. And I stand corrected, they actually do have 1 break in the second half. That was after their clean hold at 9-5. So they do have 1 break, but haven't been able to string multiple. And bled some in the first half when they went down 8-4.
Mm-hmm. Their coach must be trying to cook something up here, looking for something that, one, slows down the offensive U Ottawa, but also leaves them in a good position to capitalize on anything downfield.
Yeah, this is power. I mean, we've said it already, but this is the power line time for McMaster. Wonder, Marshall, Bohm, Dick, McKee, Markle, and Bruce out on the field for them. And more or less standard offensive line here for Ottawa. Ross, Gallant, Keylor, Gohar, Paul, Tremblay, La Rochelle, and Berube make up your 7 for the GG side as they're trying to score the 15th point and make their way to Division 1 once again.
And we have a classic Fury play where you clear out the handler and then person from in the cutter space comes back to fill.
Pick call downfield. Coming in on 6 with the long mark of Markle. Gallant giving up some height there. See if Markle can make things difficult on this thrower. A very high level thrower in Marty Gallant. It's going to go big around to Gohar. Paul coming out of the stack. Thought he might have got a hand on it, but it's going to stay with Ottawa. A quick switch downfield prevents a goal right away. Ottawa trying to punctuate this in the end zone to take this game. Berube, high release backhand. Keylor with the drop just outside the end zone. Could this be what McMaster needs to get some momentum? They got a big thrower in Dick right now with the disc. telling Bohm to clear up line. And Keeler gets it right back on the poach block. Tremblay La Rochelle looking for Gohar, and Ottawa does it. They're heading back to Division 1 with the 15-11 victory over McMaster.
Definitely a great game. McMaster gave their all. Really pushed their top players to try to get the win. Converting breaks was always a tough spot. But they can definitely hold their heads high. They played an amazing game. Gave everything they could. And for a lot of those older players in the McMaster pipeline, they got to taste Div 1. They know what it tasted like, but going to have to play Div 2. You can see some of the seniors on this team are taking it the worst, but they're going to have to pick themselves up tomorrow and go fight for a Div 2 championship.
It's the nature of sports right here, Brandon. There's jubilation on one side, heartbreak on the other. There's going to be more jubilation tomorrow, some more streams coming for you. Check out the Ultimate Canada social media pages for all that information. You can also just subscribe to the Ultimate Canada YouTube channel. Throw a like in there while you're at it. And then you can get in on all the action. Also, more to come on Sunday. So, Brandon, we're going to wrap up here. Any final thoughts from you from the day, from this game? What do you got for us?
Man, Ultimate's an amazing sport, don't you think? It's so nice being on the opposite side, being able to look at it just from an outside perspective, and it's great to see these people competing on such a high level.
And these athletes giving their all right here, and we're going to see more of that tomorrow. We thank you for tuning in. For Brandon Adibe, I'm Theo One. We'll see you tomorrow.